Good afternoon, Jacks and Jills. I am Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3-Minute Meta. In this third installment, we are going to cover defensive joust schemes. So I'm going to throw a whole bunch of numbers at you, and then we're going to break them down. 211, 121, 112, 22, and 1111, though we're just going to call this man from here on. These are your basic defensive joust schemes. With the exception of man coverage, the three numbers correspond to three assignments in the following order: forecheck, midfield, and backfield. The numbers represent how many players you are committing to each of these assignments, and pairs typically represent chain pairs. So we'll start with the most common, and so likely the one most familiar to you, the 211. This scheme is typically run by sending a chain in the direction of the opposing team's quarterback, sending one player up to mid, typically to cover a pass option, and leaving a player back to guard against long shots, deep passes, and clears. It's the most common style of defensive coverage because it also tends to be the safest to run. Any players you send deep are in a pair and so can boost back on defense. There's a goalie protecting the bubble and goal, and the midfield player is not too far out to generally get caught behind the play.
Hello and welcome to VRML Channel 3, where this is the first round of North American venues. This is Technique versus Aurora. I'm Sputnik Cobra, I'm joined by Locky11, and on cameras is JG. We're so happy to be here, and I'm happy to be casting alongside you, Locky.
Yeah, I've certainly missed it. I've not casted you for a long while, but casted with you for a while, but it's good to be casting the Challenger Cup with you, especially seeing this matchup. Not too familiar, though, with these teams, because I am, of course, EU caster. I do know the teams, of course, but never really casted them, never really seen them before, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teams play and which one has the upper hand.
Absolutely. One of their hands is going to be higher than the other one. And he's saying that, yeah, you got nothing on that one. How about that one? But, no, it's great to be here. It's great to see these teams play in the last Challenger Cup. They want to get a spot in that finals. Aurora wants to stay in Master, and Technique wants a chance to get that finalist badge.
Yeah, they want to prove that they can take this game off Aurora, and they are worthy of the Master Division. I've cast a few of these games coming up to it, especially High Voltage versus Hive Mind, which I was fortunate enough to cast. But these teams, they've been fighting so long to get an opportunity to even be in the Challenger Cup. But this is what matters here and now. This is the Challenger Cup. This is their last opportunity at getting into the finals, which will be on May 15th and May 16th next week. And I am looking forward to that even more than this one.
Absolutely. So we're just waiting on these teams to ready up. We'll be underway. And this will be the first cast of these 5 games today on Channel 3. And we have casts on venues, which is simulcasting to Twitch, Facebook Gaming, YouTube. And, of course, you can watch it in the venues in the Oculus headset. So this is the first of 5 games today. A lot of games. A lot of these players are going to be tired. And I know joining us after this match, and I think they will be here for the next 4 games, will be Heck and Solar P. So it's going to be a great day and a lot of games.
A lot of games, a lot of very hype games and very interesting games. That's for certain today, and I'm hyped to see this one. This is going to be sadly the only one I cast, but I think it's probably beneficial for my voice after casting the EU ones. I think I'm a bit out of it now, a bit tired, but I'm definitely going to step it up a notch for these NA games, especially for Aurora and Technique. I think these are going to be definitely some interesting matchups, definitely 2 sides of the spectrum. Aurora placing very highly at the moment, obviously in the Master Division, and as you said, they're looking to just maintain their position. They have nothing to win, but only everything to lose, and they really need to hold their position and hold what they've been fighting for so long and not just slip up this one time, as it is all they need. One slip up could cost them the finalist badge, could cost them the opportunity to even play against all the other Master teams in the finals, and they will not be with us on May 15th, May 16th, if they cannot take the games today.
Yeah, and we talk about these teams. Aurora got into Masters in the last Challenger Cup, or it might have been the first Challenger. It was definitely the first Challenger Cup, and they traded out, I believe it was Saluna for Caesar. No, excuse me, Saluna for formerly known as Whoosh. So it's a big change to their roster. And I'm excited to see how that pans out for them.
Yeah, see if it plays to their advantage. I mean, they certainly managed to get into the Master Division in the first Challenge Cup, as you said, but are they going to be able to maintain that with this new roster that they have? And definitely looking to do it. They are going to be here today, and they're looking to be able to take this game for certain. This is probably one of the games they're more hoping to bag this one and just complete this win, as Technique on the lower end of the spectrum. They are 14th place, one of the lowest here in the Challenger Cup, but that does not mean that they are not going to be able to hit hard and powerfully. And honestly, I'm just really looking forward to seeing what Aurora brings to it. Are Aurora just going to power through with this advantage in positioning and just absolutely destroy a Technique, or are Technique going to be able to make something work and get a win off of Aurora?
Definitely. So, once again, we're just waiting for these teams to ready up. Sorry about the delay. And anybody in chat saying anything, Lucky?
Not that I can see, but we have got Solar P in car and Heckin also gonna be here later. Heck into the cast. But yeah, not much going on in the chat, but it looks like Sweet Tooth also saying go whoosh, as you clearly remember that Ov is whoosh, which I did not know, but interesting fact.
Well, now you know, and knowledge is power.
Knowledge is it power indeed, and I might even dare myself to make a whoosh pun sometime in this cast. I will hate myself for doing so, but maybe I do it, maybe I don't. I guess we'll see if he is able to whoosh one into the goal.
Maybe, you say you hate my puns. I don't know how, that one, it was terrific. I loved it. Thank you so much.
I smell a hint of sarcasm, just a hint, but I'm gonna pretend like I didn't. Thank you. It's an incredible pun, I know. Trust me, I hate puns more than anyone. They make me physically pain, as you know from our last cast that we did together, but even hearing my own puns may be even more painful, knowing that I am corrupting even more myself, but maybe you're corrupting me, Sputnik. Maybe you're the one doing this to me.
Don't put that on me. Don't put that on me. I don't know what I did. But
You're making me hate myself.
Don't worry. I will love you enough to make up for all the hate. It will neutralize it. Make your puns. Let's have some fun. Let these teams have some fun. Although this is a very serious match. This is a serious day for these teams. And they really want to get to the finals. And this is the first round. So we've got this game along with two other games happening at the same time. And these teams, they're ready to give it their all.
Yeah, you said this might be one of the most important games. It is one of their most important games, that's for certain so far in the season. Losing this could either cost the teams in Master already their position for finals that they fought so hard for, but this is also the teams in Diamonds' last chance to get into Master. But I hear that clock coming down as we look like we're gonna get started into this matchup today. Let's begin. This is the Challenger Cup. This is the first game of many. Let's get started.
So with this neutral joust underway, it will by Technique. Technique looking to get it. It's at the wall, bouncing now into the hands of Jush. So Jush setting that back pass not on target, so now a little bit of a scramble and trying to find it at the upper trap. Moonface will get it. Moonface with the shot. Moonface making it at 27 meters.
Moonface enters the game with a strong start. 3 points already on the board, and we barely got started. That was a 16-second goal and a quick one at that, flying in at 18 MS, and that is already the lead for Team Aurora here. But now looking to hand it back to them, it's going to be Technique now. Holding the disc is Teja, and Teja now juking around on the ceiling, making this pass, but going to be intercepted by that stack as Caesar now makes the pass over to Of and Off, sending that one all the way back down to Steel.
So this Aurora offense looking to get started. They get send that back pass, actually going to lose it right there, but they sent that back pass to give themselves a little bit of time. Send to the backline player, Steel Skydiver. It's a chase for possession. This shot's not going to be good. Bouncing below the goal, but being picked up by Tejada. Tejada now setting that behind and now behind the goal, but that's right in the hands of Caesar. They will recover it, and they're going to lose it. And now with this clear is Moonface, but the nice interception from G-Dog back into the bubble. Open goal, and they're going to ding it. They can't afford that right now.
That is not what you want to see from the side of Technique, but Josh looking to recollect, but losing the disc, that's definitely not what you want to see. But Of not ready for that one, not ready for Josh to just let go of the disc, because G-Dog now taking the disc, juking his way around the player of there. Now Josh getting it. Josh now handing it all the way over to G-Dog, but Moonface hot on him. Moonface gonna get the disc. Moonface maybe going for another shot attempt, just gonna be a bit low, but Technique recollecting with G-Dog, but stunned out there. Maybe recollected by the side of Aurora. They do recollect, and now they make the pass to Caesar, and Caesar with that pass to Of, and Of top pocket. That one's in and cleanly in, and that's a 5-point lead already for the side of Team Aurora.
So that's 2 minutes off that clock, and Locky, how's that voice feeling? We've got maybe 3 rounds this game. I know you're going to be dying at the end of this day. We have the EU Challenger Cup. This is the start of NA, and I know you guys can't see his webcam, but he's covering his face and maybe a little bit of shame and not feeling any shame right now is that shot, but getting it right off the backboard is Josh and making that one right, so getting a little bit over that shame. How you feeling now, Lockie?
Sad is a good word for it. Sad is a good word for it. I want to give it my all for these casts today, but my voice really just wants to quit on me now. It wants to end it. It doesn't want any more of this. It's done at this point, but you know who's not done? And it's Moonface. Now, making this pass over to Steel. Skydiver Steel looking for the pass all the way over to Caesar, and Caesar with an open goal. Caesar takes the shot. It's going to ding, no, but recollected by JD, and JD now looking for a clear maybe.
So JD is here, and he's going to send that one through the tube. Technique on pursuit, but they're going to overshoot and not able to read that bounce, and looking to snag it will be Moonface. Moonface now with that clear through the bottom of mid, and that snack is going to bounce just a little bit, but able to find it is Caesar. Caesar with a 0 angle, and it'll be picked up by Of to take it in for 2.
And Ov gonna plant that one in, recollecting off that dinging shot. Good read on the bounce there, and he's gonna put it in, and now, once again, a 5-point lead for the side of Team Aurora.
So with it now will be this technique offense. Rolling out is Tejada with possession. Tejada trying something new, trying to pull out that stack, trying to stop Of. He will get a stun. They will trade it at Bowtie. And now this long pass is 1v1 Steel, but actually opting to send it back, not wanting to take that 1v1 against Steel. Will be this offense. Now loss of possession and back into the hands of technique.
And now with this long back pass, miscommunication, however, gonna be lost now to stack rates. It looks like Aurora with it. Now Moonface with another shot. Just gonna go a bit wide there. And Technique stack is hot on the disc. Gonna get that clear. That pass, in fact, correcting me as Mrs. Tejada. Gonna walk this one up, looking for his options, making his option all the way down to G-Dog as G-Dog now takes his time. Moving around, juking around, but juking a bit too much as Caesar coming in hot. And Caesar gonna get the disc, get it once again, but G-Dog taking it right back from him. And G-Dog now making a pass over to the right side. Gonna be a bit missed there, and maybe a clear coming through from Ov here.
Definitely unintentional shot on goal there, and will be picked up by Moonface, and Moonface with the 2 in the bubble with that defense nowhere around. So it's 7-point lead now to Aurora. Aurora wants to stay in Master. They want that finalist badge, and they're giving it their all right now.
That is for sure. They are coming away with such a lead now. They keep adding and adding and adding to their points, and with 5 minutes in, this is certainly not over. Definitely do not count Technique out for the count here, as Tejada, gonna juke out of there, but taking it back, taking his time, making that pass over to G-Dog now, and G-Dog sending all the way over to Josh, and Josh getting stunned out, however, from that stack. However, it will be in the hands of Tejada once again. Tejada making that pass over to G-Dog once again. G-Dog faking out the shot. G-Dog taking the shot, but saved there from Moonface, but Josh once again with it. Josh with another shot, but Moonface once again holding the backline, getting another clutch save as they now come in, but JD, gonna be able to get that one and get the clear.
So now in the hands of this offense, Of up to the ceiling, back down for that give and go, and that's gonna look good. 9 points in the lead. Nice play from Aurora on offense, able to find possession at mid, send it up to the ceiling, down to the cut, and that's good for 2 points in the bubble. And Technique is now looking at this 9-point deficit. We're just past the 4-minute mark. And Tejada looking to make something happen, gonna slap up to the ceiling under pressure, sending that one forward to G-Dog. G-Dog is gonna lose it to this defense. Now up to the ceiling, you can see this Aurora offense looking to get set up and just driving that one in is going to be Of, so extending the lead by another 2. They're really creating some distance against Technique.
Distance indeed, and more points are just adding now, and only 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This looks like possibly quite a strong win for Aurora in this first round, at least. I mean, it's definitely not over. Do not count Technique out for the count just yet. This is completely possible for them as they come out with this more defensive QB now, as G-Dog now walking his way up, taking his time. But even if they lose this round 1, they can definitely come back for the round 2 and make it a round 3 game. I'd certainly love that. But maybe another pass there, and what a beautiful pass it was as Tejada's gonna put that one in again. Beautiful shot and beautiful pass from JD.
I like that build up and that breakdown. That was pretty good, Lockie. But this team is building up and breaking down Aurora and trying to find some rhythm to get around their defense. They did it right there from the floor to the cut and into the goal. So Technique finding some success on that play. Of now with it, maybe looking at a 1v1 against Tejada. Actually 2v1, but he's just going to drive that one right in at the midsection, maybe slightly below of this goalie. Goalie may be prepping to set up for the cut, and I'm just going to take that one right in. So 11-point lead, 2 minutes on the clock. They could do this, but they're going to have to execute flawlessly.
Yeah, and looking to do that is Tejada, and the build-up and the breakdown, I've learned well. I've learned from the best. That's what I can say from you, Sputnik. But Ov now looking to put this one in the best he can as Caesar with the juke, looking for the slam dunk, not able to reach it, though. He can't reach that one. But the read on the disc is Moonface, and Moonface puts it in for the 3, and that's a 14-point lead now. Maybe they didn't want that slam dunk. Maybe they didn't want that 2-pointer. All they wanted was that read and that 3, and what a 3 it was.
And that's going to be the icing on the cake in this first round. Technique just needs to find some momentum, something to do to get past this defense, to have some success in the second round, have a chance for a third round, and be able to take this. But this is going to be a difficult matchup for them now at the ceiling. Will be Aurora trying to get that slap back to that back line for their offense. It's going to be a turnover. Technique with 70 seconds on the clock has this incredibly aggressive Aurora defense in front of them, preventing them from freely getting up. And now, with that pressure in the bubble, able to force this error. This is another chance for Aurora to put points on the board, but a clear attempt actually coming through, and it's going to get past that backline player. Technique with the shot, but that's not going to be on target.
Just going to bounce a bit wide there as G-Dog recollecting. Maybe they're just looking to get any momentum that they can on the board before this round 2 starts, and they can hopefully get it. But Moonface looking to deny that one, maybe with another shot attempt here. Just going to go a bit wide, though, bouncing straight back off the Geo and recollected by Josh. As Josh now walks it up, maybe does a little bit of a duck of the air there as he makes a pass all the way down to JD, and JD maybe with a shot that looks good, but it's just gonna ding. Recollected, however, by Josh from the stack, and the shot is gonna be good, and it's gonna be in. Now only a 12-point lead as we do see a drop from the side of Aurora.
But that's not going to make much of a difference in this first round, so they're not going to do any timeouts. They're going to let it ride, and they're going to ride to this first round win against Technique. Aurora looking really good. Aurora wanting to stay in Master. And now we're looking at if Technique can wrestle some momentum, if they can get their offense past this aggressive Aurora defense, and if they can find their shots through the goal, past this goalie, that's still Skydiver.
Yeah, honestly, that was such a great round. That was a brilliant round 1, especially from the side of Aurora. They just kept putting pressure on. They kept denying any sort of offense opportunity that Team Technique was looking for. They really couldn't get it out of their own half. They had to really just slow the pace down towards the end there to get that final 2-pointer and nearly a 3-pointer with the beautiful shot from JD that was ever so close to being in. And I think that would have been a really good one to see flying in. That is almost one of the hardest angle shots to hit, but nearly hitting it there was JD, but recollected by Josh, and the stack is there. Maybe they can use those 2 points as a bit of momentum and keep pushing in. As I think the stats there are actually showing Team Envy stats of BK, Matty, Stoti, and Technals.
Let me go to the real stats. All right, so the real stats, sorry to cut you off. You know I love you, but I gotta get to this. So the real stats, Just with 4 points, Tejada with 2 points, JD with 2 assists, 1 assist to G-Dog, 3 saves to Caesar, 4 assists to Caesar, 8 points to Moonface, 10 points to Of, and now we're in this second round with a neutral joust about to begin.
And the neutral does begin as these stacks come racing in, headbutting the disc there, but JD recollecting this one, maybe looking for the shot, just going to be a bit low though, and maybe recollected by Moonface, who seems nice and close to it, going to get a slap behind his back all the way over to Steel. Skydiver looking for a pass there to Caesar, but Caesar not able to recollect that one, just going to be a bit wide for him as Tejada now with the disc. Tejada goes for that shield, the ender there, and JD now pushing into the bubble, JD with a 1-on-3, and that one's in. Not much of a chance there with the 1-on-3, absolutely swarming the goalie, but this time maybe we're going to see a bit of a difference as Team Technique coming away with the first 2 points. Maybe they're going to be able to use this momentum that they gained from round 1 at the end there and keep it through and keep adding to their lead, taking this round 2 maybe.
Well, let's hope so, because I want to see a third round. I want to see lots of physicality. I want to see an upset. I want to see something cool, and Technique is going to get that one through. Not actually through, but able to find out the ceiling. They have an angle on an open goal, and it's going to ding on the bottom pocket. They had all 4 players to Technique forward against this Aurora defense, but Tejada will recover. Tejada now up to the ceiling. JD has another opportunity at the ceiling. He's going to have this cross. He's going to send that one in, and that cut is good. Josh with the 2 at 3 meters on the cut. Maybe you called it, Lockie. Maybe this is the resurgence of Technique. I kind of forgot their name for just a little second.
Trust me, I started doing that with some of the EU casts. I started calling some teams like the wrong names because they were on that color team before, and I just got a bit too into it, a bit too careless with my words as I was just so hyped up from these games. But honestly, I think I'm starting to cool it here. Already 4 points on the board and recollecting already. It is the way that they're playing now with such more speed and such aggression, and they seem more confident with how they're playing. Maybe they've got the download on Aurora. Maybe they know what they're doing now and are going to be able to get these points through and going to be able to keep adding to their leaders. Tejada passes it over to JD, and JD looking for that open pass to Josh, and Josh with a shot attempt just going to bounce off the Geo, not to his advantage, and now a clear coming in from Caesar.
And maybe a leech coming through. Actually, going to be able to get through will be a player from Technique. JD under pressure, sending that one through. And you're going to have to take this one, Lockie.
I don't know what's happened with you there, but I do know what's happening here. A dinging shot, sadly, for Ov there, but not sadly from the side of Technique, as they do manage to get this slap and steal Skydiver now. Recollecting it, however, making that pass over to Moonface, and Moonface now giving it over to Caesar, and Caesar now with the disc, taking his time, walking it up, making that pass, the long pass through the enemy players to Moonface over from Ov, and now Ov not able to get the disc, but it's going to be in his hands once again. The save, however, from Tejada. Tejada with a beautiful save, able to recollect it, but the stacks getting pressured there from the side of Aurora, and Aurora able to get that slap once again, now coming over to Caesar, but Tejada shielding that one. However, gonna get a slap over it is Caesar, and Josh now with the disc. Josh getting this clear through. This one looks like it's sailing all the way high, all the way up, and it's a stack race. It looks like it will be Technique stack, and Technique takes a shot, and JD is gonna be the one that secures it with a beautiful shot, and that's a 6-point lead now for Technique.
Talk about the passion, talk about the energy, and right now we see it from everyone. My voice hasn't failed me just yet. I'm still here, but I don't know if I can last throughout this round. Honey, get me some water. But this is going to be an awesome game coming from Technique right now with this 6-point lead.
Yeah, already the round 2 has just transformed. And it sounds like you need to get yourself some water. You are dying there by the sounds of it. But honestly, the comeback may be real. The way that they are playing now just seems so much more commanding, so much more in control. And maybe this timeout is actually going to be an advantage of Aurora. Maybe they're just going to reset, going to have a conversation, try and sort stuff out. Because clearly they need to, as these plays are just not happening for them now. They're not able to get out of their own zone safely, and when they do, the saves coming in from Team Technique is just so incredible. Tejada there being the one that gets that save and being able to transform that suddenly into that goal with the clear, with the stack, the recollect, and the shot. They just all seem to be coming together so perfectly, and it's a 6-point lead, and it's paying off for Technique.
So if you've been checking out this chat, there's someone called Body Bottle, and that's pretty apt and prescient. So what a fantastic name. And now we have this timeout. Now we have to wait to see what happens. Maybe Aurora's trying to slow down this Technique offense, trying to throw a wrench in the works, and Technique's not going to let that happen, or looking to not let that happen. I'm not going to try and predict the future. I can barely think 1 second ahead, but right now, trying to do something, trying to slip up this Technique offense might be Aurora. I don't know who called the timeout.
Yeah, not too sure on who called that timeout, but honestly, it's showing so well for Technique now. Technique have just, as I said before, it's the way they're playing that is I'm going to try predict the future, you know. I'm going to try. I reckon Technique can take this round 2. I reckon they can deliver us a round 3. I reckon they can take this round 2, bring us to a round 3, and make it a hype round 3. Bring it close. I mean, I can push it a little and maybe say we'll get an overtime, but I think that is pushing it. I think that's doing exactly that, pushing it. And I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going to try and be too greedy for what I want. All I want, to be honest, is a round 3. Something hype, something interesting for this game.
Well, sounds like someone's going to bring the reckoning. And we're going to see what's going to happen with these two teams. They do have 5 minutes. So we got 5 minutes to chat. And this is, of course, only the first round of this 5-round tournament, this cup, whatever you want to call it. It's a lot of games. That's 15 games overall, 15 games for you beautiful people to watch. So I hope you watch them all. I hope you stay tuned. Hope you got like 3 monitors and you're just watching it all and you're enjoying it, because it really is just an absolutely terrific day to watch Echo Arena.
If you are not watching all 3 of these games, if your parents are not watching it, if your brother, sister, everyone is not watching it, honestly, I am mildly disappointed. I'm sacrificing my voice over here for you guys to have an interesting game, okay? And I expect that every one of you are going to be watching attentively this game, but not just this game, but the games on Venues and the games on VRML 2. This is just the beginning of an eventful evening, that's for certain, but we do get the timeout stopping here now, and we will get back into it, but this is going to be an eventful evening, and if you think this so far is hype, if you think this is eventful, just wait till later tonight, and just wait till the finals next week, May 15th and May 16th. Make sure that you, your parents, and everyone you know is there. But without further ado, let's get this road going. Let's get this party started.
So busting out the shock paddles and starting this game back up. Now at the ceiling will be Aurora. Aurora seems to have some different energy now. They're really starting out aggressively. They're moving forward. You can send that pass back to Moonface. Moonface now working this way into the bubble, trying to find some pass opportunities. Gonna send that down. That one's gonna bounce. Able to recover it though. This defense hasn't bounced yet. And now below the goal, and a beautiful stop by Tejada. Gonna deny that opportunity. Try and find that clear, and they're gonna find it just outside the tube is Josh.
And now Josh, once again with the disc in his hands, making that pass over to JD, and JD with the attack on the bubble, not able to get that. Save there is off as the disc whooshes by his ear there, and JD able to get that shot at 18 MS, and this lead keeps on adding. Aurora, whatever conversation they had in the tubes, it's clearly not worked, as Technique are now just powering on through with 5 minutes left on the clock, as Moonface takes the disc here and makes a pass all the way over to Steel Skydiver.
So now with it, we'll be Steel getting that bounce, getting that through. There's an open goal, but opting not to take that one. Maybe thinking Tejada would be able to back and find the save. It will be a turnover, another clear from Technique. Technique's gonna get that all the way through. And just outside the bubble at the wall will be JD. JD now feeding that forward into the bubble. That one's not gonna be good. Another good attempt, but able to recover it on that stack is G-Dog. G-Dog now to JD. JD with a drive, and that's another 2 points. 10-point lead in Technique. How about that, Lockie?
What on earth is going on here? This is a complete reversal of the first round. The first round, Aurora were the ones in the controlling position. They were absolutely destroying Technique, but Technique clearly coming up with some new techniques, because they are working. They have countered Aurora, and they are doing so well now. And look at their stack coming in, and the stack, as I said, I called it. They are recollecting the disc, as JD now walking his way up with G-Dog right by him, making the pass attempt, but not ready for it. However, Tejada ready for it. Tejada duking round Tejada, passing over to the stun player there, but Josh with the back spin sort of shot there, but JD gonna make the pass over to Josh, and Josh gonna put it in. How many passes was that in the bubble before they took that shot? Maybe 10, maybe 20, but it matters because it made that 2 points, and it's now a 12-point lead with 4 minutes on the clock.
That might have been like 4 or 5 passes, and finally able to get it above the goal and find that angle would be a player from Technique. So Technique now with this 12-point lead, 6 possession lead, looking hot to trot. I mean, come on, like 12 points and this shutout right now from the first round. No one would have expected this. Technique just able to find this momentum, able to keep that resolve, and now really running it against this Aurora defense with another offensive attempt. Steel with a good dive. And this is a chance for Aurora.
Deal Sky getting the dive there, and Caesar getting the shot there to seal the deal, and that is now only a 10-point lead. Maybe this is the momentum that Aurora needed to get them back in the game. They still have 3 minutes. This is certainly not over, but they are going to have to pull their weight. They are going to need to get some 3-pointers and push forwards and get this win if they want to take this in 2 rounds, but it is going to be a challenge as the Harder now gives it over to G-Dog.
And that one's going to be through mid to the floor now. Josh feeding that one up. Finding the bounce will be still able to beat that offense, but taking it right back is JD. So JD now sending that one back. That one's going to be in the hands of Tejada. And Tejada's going to maybe slow it down. It would benefit them right now to play time management. And maybe they're going to be looking to do that now, but working that one into the bubble. G-Dog trying to find an angle, drive it through. Beautiful stop from Steel.
Maybe looking for time management, but you know what runs down the clock more? And that's a goal! And just delivered there to me is JD, putting that one in with a slam dunk off that pass from G-Dog on Pillar, and the read on the disc, the pass on the disc, and the slam dunk coming through, and that's 12 points, and as I said, there's nothing that quite runs down the clock like a goal.
I definitely have to agree with you on that one. So before where we had this game set up in the previous leagues, a goal would stop the clock. So now it's really just time management. You can score a goal, you can do whatever. So, and they're doing whatever right now. They've got this commanding lead and a cut coming through. Caesar's able to dunk that one, but it's too little, too late. 10-point deficit, about a minute on the clock, minute 40 seconds. Unless a miracle happens for Aurora, this is going to be going to the 3rd round.
And I was not expecting to see a game like this. I was expecting Aurora to take the 1st round as they did. And with that strong lead on the 1st round, I thought they would absolutely powerhouse the 2nd round like they did in the 1st. But it looks like the opposite has happened here as Josh getting a recollect. Josh adding to his points and putting that one in once again is Josh. What an evil steal and what an evil shot as that one goes in to once again put them for a 12-point lead. And this game is certainly, I believe, even mathematically out of time with a round 2 going to Technique, and this will be a round 3 against Aurora and Technique. And you know what's so incredible about this? Aurora are the top team ranked here in the Challenger Cup, but Technique are the lowest ranked team in the Challenger Cup, and maybe adding some points to Caesar with the spin shot, but Caesar gonna close that gap to now only a 10-point lead.
And you said earlier that was evil. Don't put that evil on me, Locky 11. Don't put that evil on that boy. What an excellent play from Technique. Technique is just really turning it around. They're kicking something. And they're kicking it forward with that pass, just really controlling the pace of this 2nd round. Now coming out of goal is Steel Skydiver. Less than 15 seconds on the clock. This is going to be a 3rd round. Forcing this one through is going to be Technique.
And Josh looking to add to his points, and Josh does so gracefully this time. Not evilly. I apologize, Josh, for calling you evil, but that one certainly wasn't evil, but it was majestic. That is a good word for it. And once again, a 12-point victory, a high-scoring game for Technique there, and definitely not what I was expecting, but definitely what I was hoping for to see this round 3 coming through. But guess what? That's what we're going to have, exactly what we have here tonight.
Absolutely. In this chat, they're talking about a lot of stuff, and they're talking about not expecting this as well. And I don't think anybody did. So if Technique can pull off this upset, this is going to be massive. It's absolutely big. And I want to see that happen. I want to see some real big upsets.
Yeah, honestly, that's what I want to see. I want to see chaos. I want to see it because, as I said before, but I can't stress this enough. Aurora are 9th and Technique are 14th. Aurora are the best team here. This is the highest skill difference that there is. If I had any of the matches, if I put money on any of these matches, it would have definitely been this one for Aurora to take it in 2 easily. But proving wrong, I think they should take this as a huge win in any way. Technique managing to take the 2nd round, but it's not over. I don't think that will do them. I don't think they are okay with just 1 round taking off. I think they want to take the game off Aurora. I think they want to get this win. I think they want to kick them out of the Master Division, and looking to do that now. Let's run this clock down. I can hear it running down, and I can hear these stacks rumbling towards the discs.
Well, can you feel it? And now with that one off the headbutt will be picked up by Tejada. And somebody in chat was saying this is only 50% of the main roster. Well, you better change up that main roster because this looks like the new one. So now through and into the hands of Caesar. Caesar with that long shot. That might be good, but that one is not. It will be outside the bubble, picked up by Caesar. Caesar's going to send that right in the hands of Josh for the clear.
And Josh with a great save there, the speed that he used there to get that disc. But G-Dog now with an attack on the bubble. G-Dog taking the shot, gonna bounce off the Geo, and Josh recollecting. Josh putting it in once again, and he's got 6 points in a row now. This man is danger incarnate. He keeps putting it in and in and in once again every single time. He has the stack, he has the recollect, he has the gold, and he's becoming a problem for Team Aurora.
1 minute off the clock. Technique is able to find this 2-point lead, able to start strong, able to deny these attempts from Aurora's offense, and they're going to deny that one in the tube. Now with it is JD. JD setting that one softly up to the ceiling, not able to find it though, is his teammate. And now a little bit of commotion at the wall with it is Tejada. Tejada sending that one back to JD. JD going to send that one up to the ceiling, and with the drive and the dunk will be Josh finding that one right in the upper pocket.
Josh now has got 8 points in a row, and as I said before, he's becoming a problem for Aurora, and especially in that play there. That was incredible. I don't know if everyone managed to see what I saw, but it looked like to me that Josh got stunned out there. He lost the disc after just recollecting it, but then he was smart enough to headbutt it out of Aurora's hands to let his teammate recollect it and let his teammate get the points on the board. But Ov now looking for the attack. Ov gonna ding that one, and that's one they definitely needed to get some momentum on the board. And that's one they definitely didn't want to miss, as they've cleared it for themselves, as Moonface isn't able to get a hand on that one. But the stack now coming in, and JD with an open goal. JD with a shot dinging, coming straight back to him though, as JD looks for it again, and this time JD's gonna sink it. This time JD's gonna hit it, and it's a 6-point lead for Technique. It's looking good for Technique. I think you've called it here today, Sputnik.
I don't know what I called. I don't know anymore. Turning it on its head right now is Technique. 6-point lead. Aurora not able to find any type of rhythm for the previous round, and now maybe the second round. They got to turn it around if they want to take this series. But a stun coming through there at mid, now off the wall into the hands of Caesar. Caesar's going to send that one cross now into the hands of Ov. Ov going to send that one right up to the ceiling. So maybe a little bit of rhythm here. You can see this aggressive Technique offense being pulled out of the bubble, but they have to retreat, and they do. So all 4 players down in the bubble with that drive is going to be Caesar for the 2 points. A nice stun on that goalie to enable the easy 2.
And honestly, I hear the comms of Team Technique here, and the way they are shouting, they are so hyped. They are keeping complete focus, complete control, even when they scored those 2 points. I heard the player, I'm not sure which one it was, but they were saying, this is not a problem, this is fine. We have dispossession, we have the attack, now we can hit back and get some more points on the board, and looking to do that now, but Ov gonna stop them from that one as he gets the disc, but the stun coming from JD on that player there, as JD now walks it forward, looking for the clear, coming straight back to him once again though, but not able to get it. It looks like Ov's going to be there first, as there's no stack coming through. Ov nearly getting it, getting stunned out, however, from G-Dog, but this time it's Caesar with the attack on the bubble, and this time it's Moonface, and Moonface going to put that one in for the 2, and that's now only a 2-point lead for Team Technique, and they should start getting worried now. This is getting close, and it's round 3. This is the game that matters. This is the one that they want to win.
They definitely want to win this. And that failed clear from Technique's defense, trying to transition on the offense would allow a recovery, and a nice stop there from Ov with this long shot. That might be good. That is going to be off the backboard and out of the bubble. But that forward player Ov is going to recover it, so he's going to get his own rebound, get that 3 points. Now in the lead by 1 is Aurora.
And this is a 1-point game, and I've said this so many times in cast, but these are the games that I love the most. If it's 2 points that are being scored, which it most of the time is, it's always back and forth with one team scoring the 2, then the next, and it's back and forth like ping pong out here with the 1-point leads, and they are so close, and I want to see Technique getting the next 2 points. I want to see Aurora with the 2 points after that, but looking to cancel that streak out is of Ov, and Ov now passing it over to Caesar, and Caesar now over to Moonface, and Moonface now with the shot, but Tejada's in goal. He's ready with his hands, hot hands of steel, as he stops that one from going through, but now the defense is so far out, and Caesar looking at a one-on-one, and Caesar with the dunk on Tejada there. That one's going to be good, and the score is now 3-point lead for Team Aurora now, they have taken the lead more strongly here in the round 3.
So they've turned it around. They're now finding success against the once dominant Technique. It was Aurora dominance in the first round. Technique was able to find dominance. In the EU Challenger Cup, the third cycle that was earlier today, there were teams trading off mercies, and that really ended up making for an interesting day. And there were no mercies in this round, but definitely trading it right now are both of these teams. So now with it is Moonface sending that one into the bubble of looking behind the goal. That's to be slightly above Caesar, not able to find that grab. So now at the wall will be Moonface. Moonface is going to send that one mid. You can see this good passing, but you can see this aggressive defense, not able to find another clear. So this might be another chance for Aurora on offense.
Steel Skydiver now passing over to Caesar, and Caesar with the shot. Caesar's going to secure that one, and now it's a 5-point lead for Aurora. Aurora now taking this game away, taking this lead, but there's 4 minutes left. Anything could happen, anything at all, and both of these teams trying to keep positive, trying to keep in the mental game very focused, that's for certain. And those Mercy games you were talking about, it was Ronin's versus Nantes Esports. Nantes got the Mercy on Ronin's in round 2, and then in round 3, Ronin's got the Mercy on Nantes Esports, taking it back, but back to this game as Caesar gets the steal and Caesar gets the clear.
So that will now be through and into the bubble. Technique needs to get it out. They need to get down court. They need to put points on the board. I want to see an overtime. Let's do this. Let's do this. And I almost slipped up right there, but I'm not going to slip up, so JD with it. JD's holding it back. They're down by 5 points. Why is he running down the clock? He's going to finally send that one through, but this defense from Aurora is going to be looking to get it.
And maybe he was running down the clock to let his players get ready for that. And clearly Aurora were not prepared for that one. They were right next to the disc, but not able to reach for it, not able to get that little bit, maybe extra inch of a hand on the disc. And Josh recollecting, Josh putting it in once again, and it's only a 3-point lead with 2 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm hyped. This is so close between this round 3, and Technique are the ones to lose this. Technique are the ones that aren't expected to win, but adding to their points maybe is Caesar, as Caesar goes for the shot, but the save, but the shot again from Caesar, and the slam dunk, and that one's in. Tejada with a beautiful save, but sadly for him, not gonna pay off as Caesar gets the slam dunk right out of his hands.
Talk about pursuing your shot, and right there, Caesar was right to do it. Caesar taking it out of the hands of Tejada, putting it right in. So they have this 5-point lead, 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Tejada to QB for Technique. Tejada sending that one softly through mid. That one's to be intercepted. That was too slow. And now in the bubble is going to be Aurora with possession, actually getting the slap out, but that's going to be in the hands of Caesar to finish it off. Honey, my heart, what are they doing?
This is too close. My heart's gonna go in a second. I'm on the edge of my chair. I might fall off it at this point. I might just lapse and stop casting as I can't do this anymore. I'm under too much stress. This is now a 7-point lead and there's only 2 minutes left. This is certainly gonna be a very difficult game to play for them, but Tejada looking to close that gap. Passing over to Josh, and Josh now looking for the pass, but it's gonna be missed. No, that is not what they needed. And Olv now gets the slap, and they will lose to this, but Josh recollecting, making an attempted pass now, but it's just going to go a bit wide.
And the chat's saying that they need to take a pause. They've got a minute, less than a minute. They got 90 seconds on the clock, less than that. And they're not able to capitalize on that drive in the bubble. A nice block coming through and a nice slap from Moonface. So now at the ceiling will be JD. JD setting that down to Tejada. 5 minutes, they need a 3, they need a 2, they need to put something on the board, and they can't afford to make missed passes like that.
There's only a minute left. I think this game is actually over for them, but what a performance Technique have had. But let's see if they can add some more points on the board as Josh goes for a 3-pointer. Gonna be off though, and G-Dog gonna sink it for the 2 and secure it. I think they wanted that 3 there, so that it was only gonna be 2 twos left to go, but G-Dog not able to get the stun on the goalie, and the save will come through. But G-Dog there, still getting the stun afterwards, able to recollect and get it, as there will be a pause, I believe, and a team switch coming through.
Looking at a 5-point deficit, they're going to have to pressure this joust with everything. They're going to have to get on that disc, get a 3-pointer, and then hope and pray that they're going to get down court on the next joust advantage and find possession and be able to tie this up.
Yeah, this is so close, and all they need is a 3 and a 2. It is possible, but it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be close. All it needs is 1 missed recollect. If the stack here of Team Aurora are not able to get out of the tube, if they don't get the disc, that will cost them maybe the game, as it will be a 3 for Technique, but able to get it is Moonface. As Moonface now looks for a pass down there, but it's going to bounce all the way through, maybe just going for a clear to run down the clock here.
And this might be it. They weren't able to pressure that Joust advantage fast enough, and they're not going to find that clear through. That's it. That's going to be Aurora taking this in 3 rounds. 17 seconds on the clock and counting. Maybe Technique can put points on the board because every point matters. Another cross pass coming through. Tejada with it. Tejada looking for that cut. Maybe something. Finding it off the bounce will be this offense and going to be able to put that one in his JD. But this is it. 3-point difference in this 3rd round. Aurora is going to be able to turn the table once again on Technique.
Yeah, what an incredible round 3 as well. Only a 3-point win. That may have looked like a very commanding position, but you've got to remember that I believe it was Team Technique coming out with 6 points at the start this time, coming away with such a heavy lead and keeping that momentum from round 2. And what a brilliant round 2 it was for certain, as I don't think anyone was expecting Technique to come away with so many points and manage to get that victory over Aurora, and those points will help for certain in this Challenger Cup. I remember on the EU side, that is certainly what mattered in the 3-way tie for first place between Ronan's, Nantes Esports, and Everest. And yeah, the points are what counted in the end there.
Absolutely. So that's going to do us for this first round. I know that Lockie needs to rest his voice. Just a little bit. It's been a long day for you, a long day for me, so I'm Sputnik Cobra. That's been Lockie11 and JG on camera. We'll be signing off for today, but there's still 4 more rounds on VRML Channel 3. And joining you will be Hecken and Solar P. So we thank you all for watching and stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few.
This is a competition to find the best of the best.
I'm still not convinced, but either way, a bounce pass over here, gonna reach stage, but Stoney the nice. Where some stories might end, others will begin anew.
Anything can happen. Anyone can win, and anyone can lose. Number 2 is a loser. This is what we have been waiting for all season.
To the end, and maybe in the scoring zone, it's gonna be an overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals. This is a competition to find the best of the best.
I'm still not convinced, but either way, a bounce pass over here, gonna reach stage, but Stoney the nice. Where some stories might end, others will begin anew.
Anything can happen. Anyone can win, and anyone can lose. Number 2 is a loser. This is what we we have been waiting for all season.
To the end, and maybe in the scoring zone. It's gonna be an overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals. This is a competition to find the best of the best.
I'm still not convinced, but either way, a bounce pass over here, gonna reach stage, but Stoney the nice. Where some stories might end, others will begin anew.
Anything can happen. Anyone can win, and anyone can lose.
Number 2 is a loser.
This is what we have been waiting for all season.
To the end, and maybe in the scoring zone. It's gonna be an overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals. This is a competition to find the best of the best.
I'm still not convinced, but either way, a bounce pass over here, gonna reach stage, but Stoney the nice. Where some stories might end, others will begin anew.
Anything can happen. Anyone can win, and anyone can lose.
Number 2 is a loser.
This is what we have been waiting for all season.
To the end, and maybe in the scoring zone. It's gonna be an overtime.
gentlemen, welcome to the finals.
Good afternoon, Jacks and Jills. I am Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3 Minute Meta. In this third installment, we are going to cover defensive joust schemes. So I'm going to throw a whole bunch of numbers at you, and then we're going to break them down. 211, 121, 112, 22, and 1111, though we're just going to call this man from here on. These are your basic defensive joust schemes. With the exception of man coverage, the three numbers correspond to three assignments in the following order: forecheck, midfield, and backfield. The numbers represent how many players you're committing to each of these assignments, and pairs typically represent chain pairs. So we'll start with the most common, and so likely the one most familiar to you, the 211. This scheme is typically run by sending a chain in the direction of the opposing team's quarterback, sending one player up to mid, typically to cover a pass option, and leaving a player back to guard against long shots, deep passes, and clears. It's the most common style of defensive coverage because
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the VR Master League Season 3 Challenger Cup with this matchup between Hivemind and Technique. Joining me alongside in the casting booth is Solar P.
Hello.
Fair enough. All right. Fair enough. My name is Heck, and this is going to be a very good matchup. Technique just getting out of their match with Aurora, taking them to a close round 3, which is a very strong start for them. And Hivemind coming in here in the 12th position, just higher than Technique. So I'm expecting a very close game considering the results of the last one.
Yeah, Hivemind coming off of a win, I believe so, and same with Technique coming off of a loss, but that'll still put them up with a good momentum that they had with Aurora. And Hivemind, they have some very, very experienced players: Callan, Will, Kaznaz, and Supram, and pretty sure all of them have at least been on a Diamond team, and on, well, both Diamond teams. Just trying to break into Master just so they can, well, get the finalist badge and become a finalist. So I'm excited for this neutral challenge here. Heck, take it away.
All right, coming out here on the first joust of this matchup, it is going to be Technique picking that up, just not even being pressured. Looks like waiting for his team to get into position, sending a back pass over to JDG. JDG getting pressured by a stack, but sending it all the way down to G-Dog. G-Dog just going to anchor around, wait for his team to get in position. Very good disc control from the side of Technique here. Callan pushing way out to pressure him, and a nice steal there. Able to get the stun as well. Callan's going to be able to pick that up and just go for the clear, but a good headbutt there by JDG as Callan will get stunned. And JDG is going to send a shot off of the floor, but Kaznaz is back to recover and prevent the three-pointer.
Defending the three-pointer up into the upper trench. JD here. Oh, he's going to lose it off the head of Callan. It's bouncing around in the mid-zone. Going to be picked up here by Josh, trying to send it, but no, Kaznaz here, sending it into the bubble of Technique, but it'll be picked up here by Supreme, and Supreme with the Supreme shot. 1 minute in, more like a slam, I should say.
Yeah, Supreme Boons, Supreme Buns, same person. I believe he changed his name halfway through the season, but great awareness to be able to pick that up and just dunk it in with a little bit of a flair on that one as well, as it's going to be Tahada picking that up, sending it slowly over to G-Dog. G-Dog ducking underneath the defenders. He's just going to send it all the way in, all the way down into the hands of JDG. JDG waiting for his team to get up, just moving around slowly, gonna opt to pass it to Shield. Tahada juking out Callan, just going for the shot, and a nice top pocket to hit that.
Yeah, great top pocket. Like you said, they're tied now in this first round, around a minute 40 in. We could see, well, experience from both of these teams. You can see a third round and a whole bunch of their games, but as a third round as a caster, you really got to hope, and even an OT in the third round, but Captain Will pick it up here, sending it over to Callan. Callan's going to juke around on that Pac-Man, as we like to call it. Try to send it back, but JD here going to break, and he's going to try to send it all the way through, maybe a shot, but Captain Will's going to be there. He's going to juke around on the floor, and he's going to make some space, send it across over to Kaznaz. Kaznaz is going to walk it up here. Not going to be pressured, but J-Dog's trying to get there. He's going to send it across to Captain Will, but just a missed pass. Maybe a back chain, back stack, but Captain Will is going to slap it around. But no, intercepted, and it's stolen from Kaznaz, and Kaznaz is going to clear it all the way through.
Yeah, lots of back and forths between these two teams. Just another missed pass, able to get recovered. It looks like Tahada's going to be there first. No stacks from the side of Hivemind until now. Good evasion, sending it up to JDG. JDG going for the long shot just to the left a little bit, but the nice putback by Judge, able to get those 2 points. And just like that, Technique is now up by 2.
Quick conversion there from Technique, and that's good for the 2, like he said, but it's 3 minutes left to go, and it will be Hivemind with this Joust advantage here. Excited to see what they could do on this Joust advantage, and it will be Captain Will to pick it up here. Send it across over to Callan. Callan back to Captain Will. Good pass there. They're just trying to bait out that chain, and as they do, but Captain Will not going to be able to get there, but JD going to get there with that shot, and he's going to bring it in for the 2. They're back up by 4 in this first round.
Yeah, great job there by Technique. Not overly aggressive, just waiting for Will to make a pass and then just attacking on that and intercepting it, putting it in for the easy 2. And just like that, we're back on the offensive joust for Hivemind. Captain Will just waiting for it. The same thing he did last time. Stack is somewhat broken up, but they're quickly back together as a pass goes down to Callan. Callan sending it back through to Captain Will. Captain Will getting pressured heavily, just going to send it through, and Supreme is going to be there. Supreme going off of the station, and that's an open goal. Very close by Kaznaz, almost bouncing in off the backboard, but the goalie's back to receive, and Callan able to pick up the clear. Trying to send it over to Captain Will. Captain Will not quite able to receive that after a weird bounce. JDG is just going to opt to send it all the way through. His stacks will form up, and it's going to be Tahada getting there first with the easy 2-pointer. And just like that, once again, Technique is scoring another 2.
I feel that Technique is very, very warmed up because they just got out of game from a Master Tier team. and they're very good. They lost to Luna, and maybe that was a wrong decision that they made, but they're still warmed up. Technique is warmed up, and it's gonna be sent all the way to Callan. Callan all the way through, and the pass over to Supram. Supram's gonna lose it though. Picked up here by Josh. Josh is gonna clear it all the way through. It's up into the upper. Just upper area, picked up here by Captain Will. Gonna be pressured though, sending it all the way through to Supram. Supram taking that and clearing it. It's loose here, and it's gonna be picked up by JDG.
Yeah, opting for the back pass just off the mark, however, not being able to be picked up by the technique side, and that's going to be Supreme trying to juke around, getting stunned out on the roof by some great defense, and just going to clear it all the way through. Stacks will form up once again. Moving through the midfield, nobody's there quite yet, but it's going to be Hivemind picking that up. Captain Will just going to opt to keep the disc. Sees that there's a person behind him, decides to clear it through mid, and there's going to be Supreme all the way down there. Supreme walking it up, waiting for his team to get in position, going to opt for the back pass through the tunnel to Callan. Callan trying to go back to Supreme, but a nice interception by JDG. JDG getting stunned out, however, and Supreme right back there, getting it to Kaznaz. Kaznaz going down to Callan. Callan waiting for the cut pass, but a nice stop again by JDG. Just great defensive awareness, and Tejada's going to send that all the way through, and that might be a shot. It's very close, but nice put back by Josh to ensure the points.
Yeah, great play there from Technique. I mean, they're keeping some points on the board. Back up by 4 minutes left to remain, or around 3 minutes and 50 seconds left remaining, but it will be Hivemind with this Jaws advantage again, and they're going to make something happen relatively quickly, but it will be Captain Will to pick it up here. Looking for the pass over to Callan. He's going to receive it, send him back over to Will, but Will won't be able to connect on it. That chain there, but no, Captain Will's going to be able to receive it and send it all the way through. It's actually a pass over to Supram. Supram's going to get stunned and stolen from, stuffed, as we like to say, and G-Dog is going to opt in for the back pass.
Yeah, it's going to be Tejada just waiting for somebody to get open. Going to try to clear it through the mid, but great stop there. But sending the shot as Kaznaz the G-Dog back to receive it, prevent the three-pointer. G-Dog going to clear it all the way through. Looks like they're going to go for a clear and boost type play, and it's going to work out for them as G-Dog with a nice duck to get under Callan. Send a cross pass over to JDG. JDG getting into trouble. Going to try to send it through back low, but it's going to go all the way back into their own zone. Josh having some problems, it looks like. Kaznaz is able to receive that and put in the nice 8-meter 3, and just like that, Hivemind is back.
That is the momentum that we need. Well, not we, but Hivemind needed, as we do get a timeout here, maybe a dropout from someone. But already a good match. We're only around 8 minutes in, and we've already seen some great things from both of these teams.
Yeah, that three-pointer from Kaznaz really stopping the bleeding. There's Kaznaz, who is a Echo Combat World Champion in the ESL days, turned into Arena goalie superstar. Is able to put in that 3, saying that, you know, he can play on the offensive side as well to really punish that unfortunate tracking error. And I'm assuming that the pause is coming out from the side of Technique to try to make sure that doesn't happen again, because there's only 3 minutes left in the round, but that's more than enough time for Hivemind to stage a comeback.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen, I've been saying this for like the whole game, but we've been seeing some amazing things from both of these teams in the past games that they've played, and even in this game, I mean, it's only the first round, so we'll definitely be seeing some amazing things in second and maybe third round if we get there, but Technique really putting up a fight here for, well, I should say Hivemind putting up a fight, making Technique run their money and trying to break into the Master Division in both of these teams. But yeah, I mean, good to see that they're doing good. I mean, I want to see them do good. I mean, I've seen both of these teams play, and they're all amazing players. I played with them in pubs, and yeah, they're all extremely good, and so are both of these teams in their chemistry.
Yeah, Callan, formerly on Creamy Milk or just Milk, with Captain Will, I believe, was on the same team, and Kaznaz and Supreme coming in this season to help out with Hivemind from Redshift. Really great all-star roster, as JDG, G-Dog, and Josh and Mr. and Mrs. Tejada, I believe, have been together since Season 2, so they have a lot of chemistry, but it's a nice mix between one team that is just great individual players and have lots and are starting to get that chemistry, and players that are also really great, but have been playing together for a long time, and you can really see that in the way they play. Technique going for more of the clear and boost and fast stacks, and Hivemind trying to stay back and play a little bit slower.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been seeing. I keep on saying it because it's really true, and both of these teams, I can't stress it enough. Both of these teams, we know that they have a lot of chemistry, and we know that they're amazing players because the way that they play together. I mean, like you said, two master players and two extremely good chemistry. Captain Will and Callan, they played with each other for, I don't know, I think it's as long as 2 years now, and they're definitely some amazing players, and I'm glad that they formed a team together. I'm pretty sure Callan's the captain, and Captain Will is actually the co-captain, and Kaznaz and Sapram both on Redshift, like you said, and they definitely have chemistry. So, duo here, a duo squad, I should say, and they all have a lot of chemistry together. So we could definitely be seeing a third round of this Technique too. They have a lot of chemistry, and they've all been pretty sure they all been playing since season 2, like you said. And so, yeah, good chemistry from both of these teams. So I'm definitely excited for this match.
Yeah, Captain Will and Callan, I believe teammates since preseason or season 1 at the very most, because I remember hearing lots of great things about them in season 1 when I was first getting into the scene, as well as Kaznaz being very, very well known for both combat and arena. Supreme Buns as well, just very, very well known people in the community, and they're somewhat of newcomers on the side of Technique to go up against these guys that have been around for a long time and be able to put up points like this against players that are really some of the best in the game.
Yeah, definitely. But the chat doesn't get enough recognition. So hello everyone. I should say welcome and hello at the same time. But hello everyone, welcome. If you've been here since the last match, it was a great matchup. It went into the third round as Aurora versus Technique, and Technique versus Hivemind. I mean, both these teams are bound to be at least warmed up, but both of these teams are looking to at least head into the finals, or at least just break into Master and at least do their best and try to beat some of the top level teams in the Master Division.
Alright, and looks like they are going to resume this game after a slight time out there to get back into the action. It is going to be Technique coming out on their offensive joust. Tejada immediately inverted, going up onto the roof, gonna make a short pass to JDG. JDG gonna move it backwards. Looks like Technique is just gonna try to kill some time here in their own zone, but this can be very risky if Hivemind is able to capitalize on this, sending it down to Josh. Josh gonna send it through mid to G-Dog. G-Dog just gonna wait it out, wait for an open pass, go all the way back, sending it down to JDG. JDG sees the man cross low, all the way down into their zone. Great stunning. Mr. Mrs. Tejada going for the shot, but just dinging off of the post. Would have somewhat been the nail in the coffin for this round, and that's going to be a nice clear from the side of Hivemind, going all the way down into the Technique zone. But it's going to be JDG picking that up, as just going to opt for maybe a back pass here, as he just moves around Callan, sending it across to G-Dog. G-Dog going to send it cross low. Looks like nobody was there, however, as Kaznaz is able to pick that one up, getting it stolen by his own teammate, however. Sending it all the way into the hands of Callan. Callan going for the shot or maybe the dunk, but Captain Will not quite able to pick that one up, and Supreme's picking that up, just slapping it back into the zone. Almost a shot going in, as it's going to be a nice heads-up play by a goalie from Technique to hit that and going for a nice bounce shot here. That might be in. Just so many close calls for that, for both of these teams, and a nice little shot there to be a 2-pointer, and that's going to do it for this round 1.
And it's really weird because it said, for me at least, it says 10-meter throw distance. I don't know if that came up for you too, Heck, or did you? But self-goal, whatever. But 5 to 12, 50 seconds left to go. Captain Well here He's gonna pass it over to Callan. Callan sending it all the way through to Suprum. Suprum taking that open lane, and just barely going a little bit wide. And Kaznaz here gonna get the recovery. Gonna look for this offensive, and he's gonna send it up to Callan. Callan taking that bounce shot, the Callan shot as we like to call it. But Captain Will's gonna look for that bottom shot, maybe a pass, but no, just slapping it up, and unfortunately not gonna be able to get the make.
Yeah, JDG just trying to slap it out before he gets stunned. Tejada picking that up, just gonna kill time as he's already won the round, but trying to get a few more points on the board to make it look extra special. And just able to pick that up after the Arai pass, sending it all the way back to Tejada. Tejada moving it up, and a nice stop by Supreme. Supreme jumping over the man, trying to go for the long shot, clearing it back in. But JDG is going to be able to pick that one up, sending it all the way down, going for the shot, but it's not quite in. And that's going to do round one. Technique winning over Hivemind in this first round. Very strong start for the side of Technique.
Yeah, I mean, they were up by 7 in that first round. I mean, it's pretty convincing. And we could definitely be seeing maybe a third round, or Technique can take it into a 2. And only, I mean, a second round, we don't really want to hope for that as casters. But a third round, that would be very, very intense. Because, I mean, you always got to hope for a third round because you're rooting for both of these teams. And especially in the Challenger Cup, in neither of these teams, they don't want a third round. They want, well, unless, okay, for instance here, Technique really wants to take this only in 2, but Hivemind, on the other hand, they got to take this in 3, and they're kind of hoping for it because, well, they just lost the first round, so they gotta do their best as they can at least, and so I'm definitely excited for the second round.
Yeah, Hivemind going to be hoping for the reverse sweep here. As nice break in between these 2 rounds for this intermission to be able to talk over and decide what to do next against this team, as it seems Technique is going for much more of a clear and boost fast stack, while Hivemind is just playing it slowly, trying to maintain disc control. And this is going to be the second round neutral joust. Go ahead, Solar, take it away.
Neutral joust, like you said, you hear those teams getting ready, and it's going to be off the head of Technique. It's in the bubble around, and it's going to be out of the bubble here. Going to be picked up by G-Dog. G-Dog looking for the pressure or just the stun out from Captain Will, and Captain Will's going to send a pass over to Callan. Callan taking that mail slot, but staved by JD, and Josh is going to be able to get the stun off, and sent out when intercepted by Captain Will, and it'll be sent through into the Technique zone, picked up here by Suprum. Suprum over to Callan. Callan won't be able to receive it, might be just a little too low, and JD's gonna get the recovery.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of great opportunities, but just not the execution. It's a great stun by Kaznaz, able to pick up the disc and send it over to Supreme. Supreme just gonna clear it all the way out into the Technique zone, and this is going to be great opportunity for Hivemind as all 4 players are down in the bubbles. Captain Will not quite able to get the conversion, is clearly looks like he was a little bit disappointed by that, and G-Dog's just going to send it all the way into the Hivemind zone, and just very back and forth between both of these teams. Captain Will picking that up, going to get it clear through the same side tunnel, going to bounce off of the Pac-Man, go off of the roof, and it's going to be Supreme. Supreme picking that up. No shot yet. But a great stop by Josh to prevent the points. Captain Will and Kaznaz again. JDG with a nice stop going for the shot. That is very close, but just hitting off of Nest. So much action just in these first couple minutes. And just a clear after clear. Not quite there, but this is a very dangerous position. It's going to send it all the way back to JDG. Looks like JDG is going to go cross to Josh. Josh not quite able to get that. The pass was a little bit low. Just going to try to send it back, and going to be into the hands of JDG.
JDG trying to look for that back pass, but tapped out by Josh. But unfortunately, he's going to get that turnover. Captain Will going to clear it all the way through. It's in the zone of Technique. Maybe a possible upper trend shot, but picked up here by Callan. And Callan's going to sink it in. 17 meters a second. That was a lot of time to take on onslaught for both of these goals.
Yeah, it's going to be first 2 points for the side of Hivemind. Hopefully they can, continue this momentum, as just very back and forth from both teams. Great defense and offense, but it's going to be Hivemind striking first, and It's going to be JDG picking that up, going to move it all the way into the bubble, getting stunned out, trying to get over to Josh, but Josh not quite able to receive that off of the bounce. He's going to pick it up now, send it up for the back pass to Mr. Mrs. Dahada. Dahada sending it back over to JDG. JDG juking around Supreme, sending it down to Josh. Josh with a nice no-look behind the back shot to put that in, immediately responding.
Yeah, quick response there from Technique. 6 minutes left to go around there, but it will be Hivemind for the first time in this round with the Zhao's advantage here. Excited to see what they can do, and it will be Captain Will to pick it up here. Send it over that left tunnel. Kaznav's won't be able to receive on it. It's already loose here. Maybe going to be picked up here by Callan. Yep, he's going to pick it up, send it across over to Sapram. Sapram going to get stunned out. No recovery here, but it's going to be recovered and sent all the way through by JDG. It's in the Hivemind trap. Picked up here by Tahada. Tahada going to enter. Going to send in a shot, and it was on. 18 meters a second. They're back up by 3 in the second round.
Yeah, great awareness by Tahada, able to prevent from being stunned out as he drops the disc, goes for the ender move, and able to put in that 3 after making sure that there was nobody in the goal, just guaranteeing that there wasn't going to be a turnover and that he could in fact just hammer it home. As Captain Will going to go for somewhat deeper pass than we've seen from Hivemind so far. Supreme picking that up, going to try to get that over. Looks like he got stunned out in the middle of his throw, but not quite there. It's a great defensive grab by Josh. Supreme back into his hands, excuse me, Kaznaz, sending it back to Callan. Callan going cross-high to Captain Will. Captain Will trying to get it all the way down to Kaznaz again. Kaznaz picking that up off the bounce, going for the shot with a great defense, and great helps up play there by G-Dog, receiving what I believe was a back pass, as he's going to go for the shot off of this tunnel wall. Is that in? It is! What a shot by JDG.
Yeah, that's a great shot there from JDG. They're back up by 6 in the second round. 5 minutes left to go. I'm excited to see what Hivemind can do. And I see in the chat, I checked it just now, but sorry for the mic if it does sound a little bad, but Captain Will to pick it up here. Send it across to that right tunnel and picked up here by Callan. Gonna get stunned out. It's going to be low here to Sapram. Sapram over to Kaznaz, but unfortunately, he's going to not be able to connect, and they'll be sent all the way through by JDG. Maybe a possible shot that might have gone in if the post wasn't there, but picked up here back by JDG. JDG on a 1-on-3 right here. He could take the reset, or he could just walk it in, and he will take the reset back over to G-Dog.
Yeah, that tunnel roll shot is something that I don't think I have ever seen done in a VRML game. As just going to walk it in, send it over to Tahada. Tahada opting for the back pass, but the back pass is just off the mark, as looks like Hivemind's going to find each other's stacks, but there's good leeches and stuns coming up from the side of Technique, preventing the turnover. Going for the pass across to JDG. JDG is going to move around, look for the man, send it back again to Mr. Mrs. Tahada. Tahada moving it through the mid line, as that's going to bounce off of some Geo into the hands of Callan. Callan going for the shot, but a good intercept by G-Dog, able to recover that bounce off of the side, and a nice shot going in by Josh. That's going to be 3 more points from the side of Technique.
Yeah, great conversion there from, excuse me, Technique. They're back up by 9. 4 minutes left to go. Second round in. It's a pretty convincing lead here. They got to, Hivemind got to get some kind of conversion. Maybe it's some momentum, but it will be Captain Will to pick it up here. He's going to walk it up. He's going to try to bait out that chain, send it across over to Callan. Callan across over to Kaznaz. Kaznaz down to Sapram. Sapram looking for a pass, but just barely losing it. He's going to send it back over to Captain Will. Captain Will's going to get stunned out by G-Dog, excuse me. Just look for a dribble technique, but he's barely losing it. Picked up. No, not picked up yet. It's still loose. Picked up here by Kaznaz and sent all the way through.
Kaznaz sending it all the way through, rolling it off of the side of the tunnel, but not quite able to get that on the stack. JDG picking that up for the open goal, going to go for the shot, and he's going to sink it again. Just 3 after 3 from this Technique side. And there, I believe there's still time for Hivemind to stage a comeback, but just not happening right now, as their momentum is just not there. Technique doing a great job on defense, shutting down every single opportunity that Hivemind gets.
I can tell that Technique is really warmed up, especially JDG. He's got a lot of points on the board, especially 3 points. But Callan's going to get the recovery here. Send it across over to Captain Will, but he won't be able to connect on it. Will's going to be able to get the rebound though. Send it over to Suprum. Suprum over to Kaznaz, and then he's gonna get that quick slam dunk for the conversion. They're back down by 10 in the second round. Got some good momentum here.
Yeah, they're not going to need twos, though. If Hivemind wants to force a round 3, then they will need 3-pointers. But it's very close to mathematical time, however. So it's going to be Technique coming out on the offensive joust. Good move by Tejada. Entering and jumping over his defender. And it's going to be D-Dog, moving that up for a nice placed shot from JDG, getting that cut pass. And that's going to do it for this round. That's going to be a victory. The first victory of their Challenger Cup for Technique.
Yeah, the first victory, like you said. I mean, they're up by 12. I mean, at least Hivemind should try to get some more points on the board. And the interception by JDG, and it's, oh my god! Taking so many shots and still making them. They're back up by 15. Second round taken by Technique.
Stop, they're already dead. He just further putting the nail in the coffin for Technique. JDG just built differently, as I saw somebody say in the chat. Supreme sending it over to Callan, just trying to get some more points on the board, just gonna send it all the way down, and getting slapped out by Tejada. Pass getting picked up by G-Dog. G-Dog sending it over to JDG with another open goal, perhaps, but no, they have one back, so he's gonna opt for the back pass. Mr. Mrs. Tejada just gonna play time, and that's just gonna be the end of this one, essentially. Just passing it over to G-Dog. Soft passes from just playing monkey in the middle, looks like playing keep away from the Hivemind defenders, but good slap to recover the missed pass. Great awareness to be able to pick that one up off the stun as well, sending it back to G-Dog. Great disc possession by Technique, actually, just dancing around the Hivemind defense and just waiting to be pressured and passing it away. Tejada just juking around his defenders. This will be very impressive if they manage to keep this the whole time. That'll be 45 seconds of just disc possession. G-Dog picking it up and just sending it all the way through. That was one of the most impressive time waster plays I have ever seen.
Yeah, it really was impressive. I mean, just keep away. The game keep away whenever you're on VRML and well, you're live or you're just playing the game like pubs and you're playing keep away just so the other team can't get the points on the board, just so, I mean, you can get higher win rate or you up your MMR. This is an attempt to get in the Master Division like both of these teams are in the Challenger Cup.
Yeah, very commanding victory for the side of Technique as they're able to beat Hivemind going into their next game, which once again we will be seeing Technique on this channel, VRML 3, as they will be going up against Illuma Duty next. Just see if they can take down those very experienced players as well, because Illuma Duty, just the VRML preseason winners, and the self-proclaimed America's team, would love to see a great match from both of those.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a great matchup, and I'm pretty sure that Illuma Duty, they've been, I think, for the whole, just at the bottom of the Master Division, which is fairly unfortunate, but I think besides the first Challenger Cup, but the first Challenger Cup that came into play, and the second one, they played and they didn't get relegated, so if they do it again, I mean, these are some very impressive teams. Technique, who is playing against them next, and some future matchups too. I mean, they could definitely keep their self-proclaimed America's team and stay in the Master Division.
All right, that is going to do it for this matchup between Hivemind and Technique. Moving along with the Challenger Cup on this channel right away, it's going to be Illuma Duty versus Technique. Stick around, we will be right back. My name is Heck. Joining me in the casting booth was Solar P. Have a great day.
Good afternoon, Jackson Jills. I am Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3 Minute Meta. In this third installment, we are going to cover defensive joust schemes. So I'm going to throw a whole bunch of numbers at you, and then we're going to break them down. 211, 121, 112, 22, and 1111, though we're just going to call this man from here on. These are your basic defensive joust schemes. With the exception of man coverage, the three numbers correspond to three assignments in the following order: forecheck, midfield, and backfield. The numbers represent how many players you're committing to each of these assignments, and pairs typically represent chain pairs. So we'll start with the most common, and so likely the one most familiar to you, the 211. This scheme is typically run by sending a chain in the direction of the opposing team's quarterback, sending one player up to mid, typically to cover a pass option, and leaving a player back to guard against long shots, deep passes, and clears. It's the most common style of defensive coverage because it also tends to be the safest to run. Any players you send deep are in a pair and so can boost back on defense. There's a goalie protecting the bubble and goal, and the midfield player is not too far out to generally get caught behind the play if the offense progresses through mid. Conversely, a 1-2-1 scheme, while used a fair bit at the competitive level, is also a generally vulnerable scheme. This scheme sends a single player in the direction of the quarterback while setting a chain up to attack the first or second pass. The aggressive nature of the play does lead to some moderate success in forcing a quick turnover, but if the play does not succeed, there's a fair chance that the forechecking player will be caught well behind the play, and thus the offense may be able to push a 4v3 all the way to the goal. This is not to say that the 1-2-1 should not be used, only that you should be aware of the dangers when deploying this scheme. The 2-2 scheme is one that utilizes two defensive chains, generally one to attack the quarterback and one to attack the first pass, or some other combination of similar assignments. It's an incredibly flexible strategy given the mobility of having all players on the field in boosting pairs, but it can also be vulnerable to tube shots and long bounce shots if the chains are not quick enough to track down those shots. The 1-1-2 scheme you might consider as more of an alternative to the 2-2 scheme, where instead of sending a pair at the QB, that pair splits with one going to QB and one covering a pass option. This makes the first pass more predictable for the back chain, and so they can set up in a more favorable position to attack. And finally, man coverage is probably one of the most aggressive formations a defense can utilize. This scheme sends each player to cover each of the opposing team's players one-on-one. The idea is to take out all available options while also applying a pressure to the quarterback in order to force a bad pass or otherwise any manner of turnover. So long as you're aware of the position of your teammates and can quickly get back together to change your bubble in the event that the coverage breaks down, man coverage should only be moderately more vulnerable than a 2-2 or 1-1-2. So now I'm curious, what sorts of defensive schemes have you seen deployed? Which ones do you consider the most effective? Do you think I missed something or got something wrong? Or do you have any ideas for other 3-minute metas? Please leave them all in the comments below this video. I will be reading through all of them, so feedback is greatly appreciated. But that's it for this installment of 3-minute meta. In the next, we are going to cover initial attack vectors. I've been Monsieur Demouy. Please like, share, and subscribe, and have a wonderful day. Good afternoon, Jackson Jills. I'm Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3-minute meta. Let's talk about bubble offense. So you just got your team through mid, and you're now set to attack the bubble. There are two primary formations when attacking the bubble, deep and shallow. In a deep formation, you will typically have your backliner around double diamond or otherwise in the backfield. Two of your forwards will generally be split on either side of the trench, and you'll tend to have a striker somewhere in the bubble putting threat on the goal. The shallow formation is basically just a compressed version of the deep formation, putting the backline on or around bow tie, and with all three forwards either pressing the bubble or putting threat on the goal. The primary purpose of both formations is for the backliner to first draw out a defender, and for your team to press a numbers advantage. The ideal situation would see the backliner disabling this defender and rejoining the play. But even if the backliner gets tangled up, the numbers situation is still better for the offense. When considering the numbers when attacking the bubble, it is fair to consider the goalie as half a body. So even in what otherwise appears to be a 3v3 situation, it is functionally more like a 3v2.5 due to the fact that the goalie is committed to staying in goal but can still dive after cross passes and for 1v1s. So when we're talking about pressing this numbers advantage, it doesn't necessarily mean that the backliner is rejoining the play. So long as the backliner pulls that defender out, the three forwards can press a numbers advantage. Following this logic, however, means means that going in 4v4 also presents a numbers advantage, but with so many bodies in the bubble, the spatial advantage will generally go to the defense. With too many bodies in such a small area, too many lanes are intersecting, and multiple lanes can be more easily covered by a single person. So pulling that defender out is typically the most efficient way to attack the bubble, for even if your backliner fails at getting back into the play, you are still in a more ideal situation. By attacking with a numbers advantage, you ensure that at least one of your players is mostly free of defensive coverage for the duration of the attack. This means that there's always an open lane to be exploited, and it's just a matter of executing on these open lanes until a viable shot lane or cut option presents itself. If for some reason you're unable to find that lane, consider a reset, as that fourth defender at that point is likely rejoining the play, and the more you try to force it forward, the more likely you are to make a mistake. It is also important to note my heavy use of words like tend to and typically in regards to these formations. The only real guidelines I would offer as far as your exact positioning is to stay spread out, always have threat on the goal, and be mindful of your backline. If at any point in time, from when you gain possession of the disc to when you are attacking the bubble, if you manage to get a defender stuck behind your backline, you have the advantage, and you should press and maintain this advantage all the way to the goal, every single time. So next week we are going to cover bubble defense. I know some of you have been patiently waiting for that one, and I love you for it. I can't wait to get it out to you. I also encourage anyone who has questions or comments to leave them below. I respond frequently and will sometimes pin contributions or rebuttals to the topics I cover. So really, let me know what you think. But I have been Monsieur Demouy. Please like, share, and subscribe, and have a wonderful day.
VRware. Our passion is for the future.
Good afternoon, Jackson Jills. I'm Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3 Minute Meta. In this installment, we are going to cover resets. In the next couple videos, we will be going over neutral zone offense, but before we can do that, we need to touch on resets. A common synonym for reset is a back pass, but these are in fact two distinct things. A back pass is nothing more than the act of sending a pass to a teammate in the direction of your own goal. A reset, on the other hand, is a specific type of back pass with a specific purpose. When you send a reset to your backliner, you are in effect resetting the play. You are restarting your attack effort. When we talked about zones, we also talked about the two stages of attack in Echo Arena, and that these two stages are at mid and bubble. So when you are resetting the play, you are allowing your team to properly set up for an attack on either the mid or the bubble. In either situation, this setup is taking place in a neutral zone, and that back pass, that reset, is being sent to a player in the backfield of that given neutral zone. So when is it appropriate to reset the play? This is actually fairly simple to define. A reset will generally only occur in the following situations. 1. You've just broken through mid and are intending to set up to attack the bubble. 2. You just forced a turnover in your own zone. Or 3. Your first attempt to attack a zone failed and you have maintained or regained possession of the disc. This isn't to say that you should always reset in these situations. Rather, there just really aren't any other situations that will call for a reset. It's an obvious point to be sure, but only because in making it we ignore the nuance of exactly when a reset is most appropriate. Another important factor to consider when calling for a reset is your numbers situation. How many players do they have between the disc and the attack zone, and how many players do you have for a coordinated attack? If your number is smaller, you likely want to reset the play in order to obtain a better number situation. One of the most difficult bad habits to break in Echo Arena is the inclination to always be moving forward, which also makes resets one of the most difficult good habits for a team to develop. The core of the breakdown lies in a lack of strategic consideration. If you're in a situation that would otherwise call for a reset, you're likely in a situation where the defense has an advantage. If you continue to drive forward despite being at a disadvantage, you increase the chances that the defense will stop the drive and force a turnover. This is a poor strategic decision, even if it sometimes still earns you a goal. You have to train yourself both as a team and as an individual to recognize your strategic situation at any given time. Being able to break down the arena into simple terms, in this case numbers, makes it easier to keep an eye on the overall strategic situation. So long as you're aware of your number situation, you should typically be able to determine when it is appropriate to reset the play. So in the next two videos, we'll be going over neutral zone offense, which I break down into two sections: turnover offense and bubble offense. Following those videos will be my bubble defense episodes, so to those of you that have been requesting it, this is your roadmap to when I intend to deliver on that. But as always,
longer than that, but just these somewhat underdogs the past couple of weeks moving their way up through the ranks, and that's going to be the first joust. It's going to be Technique picking that up, but straight into the hands of Wit. Wit going to move around the double diamond, immediately getting stunned out by G-Dog. It's an open goal right now. G-Dog getting stunned out before he could go for that shot by Voodoo. Voodoo just going to slap it through to QL. QL not able to take the 3 as he's just going to wait for his teammate to get in position. Send the cross pass over to Wit. Wit going back to QL, but QL not quite able to recover as the pass was a little bit behind him. Just picking that up, going to try to clear it through mid, and that's going to get all the way down as it's going to be in the hands of Speedy. Speedy sending it cross low to QL. QL going for the shot, but just off the backboard, and a nice backboard again by Voodoo. Coming in hot from that boost to put that shot back in.
Yeah, we talk about Voodoo. I'm pretty sure he was on 0 in Season 2, which was just last season. I can't really say it was last season because last season was Season 3. We're just about to get in. Well, in a few months from now, we will be getting into Season 4. But looking to break into Master in Season 4 is Technique. And trying not to get relegated is Illuma but Josh here with this, just going to lose a handle on it, and Wit's going to be able to clear it through down that right tunnel, or left tunnel, I should say, but picked up here by G-Dog. G-Dog going to send it low, going to be recovered by that Technique chain, and picked up here by Josh. Josh down to JD. JD wisely back over to G-Dog, and G-Dog's going to look for this offense, and he's just going to slow it down on that back line, going to send it over to Tahada. Tahada going to look for his options, going to juke around, actually, and, excuse me. He's going to send it across to that shoulder, but unfortunately, Josh won't be able to get the connection on it, but getting that rebound is G-Dog and sending it over to JD. JD walking into a bubble, trying to send a pass, but just going a little bit wide.
Yeah, we're seeing some great defensive stops from the side of Illuma as just every single chance they get, goalie stunned outright. Now just going for it, but JDG going for the bottom pocket, and that's going to be tying it up. Great placement there. Just opting not to go for the slam dunk, but instead going for that 2-point bottom pocket. Possibly faking out the goalie a little bit, as he might have known that they were waiting for the alley-oop of sorts on the top of the goal. QL picking this up, sending it to the right tunnel. Wit immediately being pressured, but able to send it back. QL trying to send it back to Wit, but just hitting off of some Geo, going high to Voodoo. Voodoo moving into the bubble, going for the cross pass to Speedy. Speedy just going to be able to casually put that one in for 2 more points.
Yeah, rounding it around right behind the goal, and kind of confused the goalie there. And as goalie myself, I could definitely see that being a little bit confusing. But as a timeout does come through from, I believe that was the side of Technique. But just if people are joining in now and you guys don't know who we are, the people who are talking, at the cameraman. My name is Solar P, and well, I'm the co-cast, but on the main cast we got Heck, and on the cams we got the lovely JG, and he's a content creator himself, and he's a very good one. So I definitely recommend checking him out. And Heck is on paper, and I'm a league sub right now, so we could definitely be seeing good things from both of these teams and good things from our casters here.
Yeah, JG doing a little wiggle on the cams there as his name gets said, but we're definitely from both of these sides able to. This could really go either way, because Illuma has the coordination on the offense, hitting all those cut passes, passing it back and forth, and Technique looking like they're more of a more brute force type, as we can see Technique won over Hivemind in that past game, and just barely losing out to Aurora in the first one. But on the side of Illuma losing to Kraken and then losing to Aurora. So if we go by the standings, then theoretically this should be Technique's game.
I mean, they're really putting in some of their work here. And yeah, as you guys can see here, the standings. I don't know. My ears are a little gone right now, and so is my memory. But I'm pretty sure you said it. If you didn't, then it's whatever. But you guys can see the standings here. Round 1, round 2, and round 3. We're seeing some amazing matches. We're in round 3 right now, and I think, I believe that the Hivemind, Kraken, High Voltage, and Aurora are going on right now, and definitely some amazing matches and Kraken. Well, we're on Illumiduty and Technique, and we shouldn't be talking about the other teams. But I mean, it's still some amazing teams in the Challenger Cup, and yeah, it's been amazing casting, and it's always amazing to cast, and I bet it's really exciting to even play just in the Challenger Cup. You get the chance to become a Master Division player, so I mean, it's definitely fun and to cast, and like I repeat myself again, but fun to play, and definitely, and I don't, and the unpause does come through, but it will be Technique with this Joust advantage for the second time in this round. Heck, take it away.
All right, Technique, after that short pause, gonna be able to come out. Dahada picking it up inverted, gonna send it all the way down into the mid line where JDG is waiting. JDG going for the pass to the low, but hitting off of some Geo. Voodoo going for the bounce shot, not quite on target as it takes a, I think a weird bounce. Couldn't really see it, however. Dahada getting stuck in the tunnel a little bit, but able to get it off to his teammate JDG, but just missing it. Just able to pick that up, just send it into the zone. As stacks will come through, it's going to be Illumiduty picking that right back up. Speedy sending it through mid. Stacks once again from both teams. Voodoo getting stunned out by a nice stop there by JDG. JDG going to opt for the back pass to G-Dog. G-Dog sending it low, but not quite home, as it's going to be Wit picking that one up and just going to opt for the back pass to QL, just waiting for somebody to get open. Speedy picking up the disc, sending a short pass to Wit, but a little bit behind him, and this JDG is going to be able to pick that up and try to get it clear, but hitting off of some geometry, bouncing into the pocket area, but just is right there, sending it way into the Illumiduty zone. QL is able to recover that right back into the hands of Speedy V. Speedy V just walking it up, waiting for the pass, getting it over to Wit. Wit just going to clear it through off of that behind the back throw. And that's going to be in a dangerous position for Technique, but able to get there first, but going to be G-Dog trying to get it slapped out, hitting off of more geometry, lots of geometry hits from Technique. Is it's really not what they want to see right now. Wit just picking that up, sending it cross high into Speedy. Speedy going down for the cut past the Voodoo, but just off the mark. So many close calls from this Illumiduty side. Speedy picking that up, sending it over to Wit. Wit going for the shot, and he's going to drain it, excuse me, for 2 more points for the side of Illumiduty.
2 more points, like you said, up by 4. Technique with this Joust advantage here. Around 5 minutes and, well, 5 seconds left remaining. And like I said, Technique with this Joust advantage, trying to see what they can do. 5 minutes left to go. It's Todd here to pick it up. Gonna get stolen and stunned by Voodoo, and Voodoo taking that shot, just going a little bit low, and JDG is here trying to send a pass over to there, and he's gonna clear it all the way through. It's in the bubble, picked up here by QL Young. He's going to try to send it through the tunnel, but intercepted by JD. JD going to look for this offense, look for some passes. Maybe he's trying to get his teammates open, send it over to Josh. Josh taking that top pocket shot, but just dinging off the post. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left remaining. It will be picked up here by JD. JD's going to look for this. He's going to duck that chain. That chain's trying to pressure here, and as they do, and JD's just going to slow it down, duck another, look for a pass over to Tejada. Tejada's going to get the recovery. He's going to send it low to G-Dog. G-Dog's going to get stunned out and going to be picked up by QL Young and try to send it all the way through, but it's not out just yet.
Yeah, trying to get it through, and they finally will. Wit just clear that through and hit that shot off the recovery to put him up by 3 more points for this Illumiduty side, just quickly changing their positioning to able to capitalize on that open goal, as we've seen Technique do so many times before this match. But a great start by Illumiduty as Mr. and Mrs. Tejada able to pick that up, just dancing around on the nest, going to send it low, but hitting off of some geometry. G-Dog is able to recover that, but Voodoo with some great defense, able to pick that up, open goal, going for the shot, but not quite there. That's the second time he's missed that open goal, but easily could have some more chances, hitting off of more geometry. JDG picking that up, trying to get a pass off, but getting recovered by Speedy V. Speedy V trying to slap it over to Voodoo. Voodoo not quite able to get that. It looks like it's going to be a race for the disc as G-Dog picks it up first, getting stunned out, sending it back to JDG. Good stop by Wit, preventing the clear, just keeping the pressure, going all the way up to Voodoo. Voodoo going down to QL. QL going in for the shot, and that's going to be 2 more points for Illumiduty.
Yeah, there's a quick sequence of passes. 3 minutes left to go. They're down by 9 in this first round, and technique again with this just advantage. They gotta make something happen with around 2 minutes and 45 seconds left remaining. Tahada to get up here. Send it over to G-Dog. G-Dog all the way down, but intercepted by QL. QL gonna clear it all the way through. Maybe a pass. Yep, a pass over to Voodoo. Voodoo's not looking at open lane as his chain does get there first. Voodoo all the way down. Good pass there to Speedy. Speedy taking that bounce shot 7 meters away at 2 points. They're down by 11 in this first round.
Great placement by Speedy, seeing that he didn't have a lane to shoot it from the front. So just going off of the backboard to that cross pocket, able to get past 2 goalies. And that is going to put Illumiduty up by even more. And they just forgot the disc, and that's going to be Voodoo going for the shot. Not quite able to get that, but Speedy's going to pick it off of the bounce, put that in for some 2 more points. And at this point, you got to be thinking technique after these past 2 very high-intensity games. Fatigue might be a factor here.
I mean, they're down by 13. I mean, if they can try to designate that QB as it'll be G-Dog sending it over to that left tunnel. And we all the way through loose here. No chain to pick it up, but it'll be recovered here by JD. JD is going to look for this offense. Going to maybe send it back to the defense, but no. Trying to send in a dunk. Oh, that was a great coordinated pass there from JD for the side of technique. They're down by 11 on the side of Illumiduty.
Yeah, great awareness to see the man above the goal and able to get that cool bounce shot, or bounce pass, excuse me, to that man. It's gonna be Illumiduty picking that up on their offensive. Jeff Speedy V picking that up, sending it deep high. Voodoo taking it in, able to go for the shot, just not able to hit his mark as JDG picking that up off of the bounce, going for the shot, gonna be very close, just dinging off the top and not quite going in, just very close. And that's gonna be it for this round. However, that's mathematical time. Wit going for the mail slot, but G-Dog says no as he's able to recover that before it gets through, just trying to send it through mid, taking an awkward bounce, however, bouncing around. As it's going to be QL picking that one up, trying to get it over to Wit. Wit able to pick that one up, getting it stolen by his own teammate. As he'll just have to back pass it through mid. Love to see it. Speedy just moving it around, and it's going to be Illumiduty just trying to kill time as they just wait. Great communication. Sending it up to QL. QL trying to go for the cross past the Voodoo, but getting stunned out, however. And it's going to be technique finally getting it through mid. As it's going to be Tahada picking that up, sending it low, going for a shot to get some more points on the board, but it's going to be Speedy able to slap that out of the zone, and that's going to do it for round 1 for Illumiduty, winning very, very handedly by 11 points against Technique.
I mean, that round really took a long time. I mean, it really didn't. It was only 10 minutes, a little bit less, but yeah, still a great round. It did. To me, it felt like a long time, but I mean, the Illumiduty taking that 15-4, and look at the stats here. I mean, it's only the first round, so can't really expect many stats, but look at the spread from Illumiduty. That spread is what you need in the Master Division to stay in the Master Division, but the stats here, Voodoo with 2, Wit with 5, QL Young with 2, and Speedy V with 6, and Technique on the side of Technique, G-Dog with 2 and JDG with 2, and that goes for points, by the way, not saves or anything, but saves. Almost everyone from Illumiduty got a save besides Voodoo, and everyone has at least one save from the side of Illumiduty besides Voodoo. But JDG has 2 saves, and G-Dog has 1 save. So we're getting into the round 2 here. Technique, Illumiduty, neutral joust here. Me and Heck on the cast here. Heck, take it away.
All right, don't forget about my man JG on the cams, as that's going to be the first neutral joust, and it's going to be Illumiduty headbutting that out straight into the hands of Mr. Mrs. Tahada. He's going to clear it all the way down. Speedy V's back in goal, so he's preventing the 3-pointer, but Jigdog just going to walk it up, wait for his team to get there. Being pressured, however, going to send it all the way back, looking for Mr. Misses the Hada, and that's going to be a bounce shot attempt off of the wall as Stacks will come through, and it's going to be QL Young going for the shot, but just missing. A lot of missed opportunities from the side of Illuma Duty as JDG is able to pick that one up to cross it over to Mr. Misses Tahada. Tahada is just going to wait for it and move it through the tunnel as he's getting pressured now by 2 defenders. Going to able to clear it all the way through. JDG not quite able to pick that up. It's going to be Voodoo diving out of the goal to grab the disc and try to get it back clear through the same tunnel. G-Dog preventing that clear, keeping on the pressure. Tahada picking that up, being pressured, sending it back over to G-Dog. G-Dog sending it cross low over to JDG. JDG moving it up. Lots of opportunities here, not being pressured yet. Gonna move it and go for the shot and just dinging it off the bottom post. It's gonna be great stun by Tahada on Wit there to prevent it from being cleared. Just keeping possession, not anymore. Speedy has other plans. He's going to go for that shot, just barely hitting off of the shield and bouncing right back into the hands of QL. QL sending it down to Wit. Wit just going to dance around, send it back over to Speedy. Speedy getting pressured, sending it across to QL. All of Illuma Duty very spread out right now. Not being pressured, going for the stop, but a nice stop there by G-Dog, preventing the 2-pointer. That's going to go all the way through. Nice roll off the side of the tunnel wall. Great stuns, however, by the side of Voodoo and JDG to prevent each other from getting the disc. Trying to just slap it out, just not quite there. It's very back and forth right now. QL going to send it over to Speedy. Speedy sending it cross low to Wit. Wit just going to opt for the back pass to Voodoo. They're going to slow it down a little bit. This Voodoo's going to send it down to QL. QL just moving along the floor, waiting for his team to get into position, sending it back to Voodoo. Voodoo going high over to Speedy. Speedy going down to Wit. Wit almost making it, but the fortunate bounce back into the hands of Speedy. What a great passing setup and a great heads-up play by Speedy to put that back in off of the bounce.
I mean, it took 2 minutes, a whole bunch of dings from the side of Illuma Duty and even Technique, but speaking of Technique, they will be with the shouts advantage here, not 2 minutes, 7 minutes, and 25 seconds left to go. Tahada to pick it up here. Send it over to G-Dog. G-Dog looking for the pressure, gonna send in a high pass, but unfortunately, no one will be there. We're trying to send a back pass over to QL. QL over to Speedy. Speedy down to Voodoo. Voodoo's gonna get the receive, and he's gonna walk it up here, just looking for the offense, maybe a boop shot, because there is an open net, but just bouncing almost in, and it goes in. Wow. That should have went in, but I mean, in the hands of Voodoo, I mean, it's gonna be pretty calculated. 3 minutes in, or 2 minutes in, Technique with the shouts advantage.
Yeah, Voodoo going for that shot off of the roof, but just missing, getting a fortunate balance off of the backboard, however. Able to get them up by 5, just an immediate clear and boost. Nice defense by Voodoo, but getting stunned out himself by JDG, able to maintain the disc possession, just backing it up, waiting for an open spot, getting stacked upon, however, getting stunned out, and this is going to be dangerous as Voodoo's going to pick that up, go for another shot. Lots of missed shots from the Illuma Duty side, but great recovery by Technique, able to get it out, just bouncing around through mid. Nice headbutt by JDG to get it through, and it's going to be just stunned out by Voodoo, getting stunned out, excuse me. Going for the shot, but the shot's very low. JDG picking that up, going for the cross pass over to Josh. Josh going back to Tahada, and Tahada is able to put that in for 2 points. And that's going to get Technique on the board in here in the second round.
On the board, down by 3, 5 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. It will be Illuma Duty for the first time in this second round with the shots advantage, as they did take the first round. So we're excited to see what they can do. And sorry for the background noise. But QL Young to send it over to Speedy. Speedy gonna look for this offense, and he's gonna send it low to Wit. Wit wisely sending it back over to QL. QL sending it up to Voodoo. Voodoo sending it down to Wit, a cross pass, but unfortunately won't be able to connect. It will be recovered and sent all the way through by Josh. Just in the tunnel though, gonna be picked up here by QL. QL trying to send it all the way through, and it does go all the way through. No one's gonna be able to get there first, as the stun off comes from Wit, and Wit's gonna get the recovery. Gonna look for the pass, look for a back pass actually to QL Young, and he's gonna look for this offense.
Well, sending it down to Wit. Wit just gonna turn around and wait for some defense, sending it cross over to Voodoo. Voodoo backing it up and sending it over to QL. QL just gonna move up, not near any Geo, in a dangerous position, sending it over to Voodoo. Voodoo getting stunned out, however, It's going to be back into the hands of Wit. Wit sending it back to Voodoo. Voodoo dancing around, going for that shot, and what a shot by Voodoo, quickly turning around, shooting that 18 for those 2 more points.
And they're back up by 5, 4 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. It's going to be Technique with this shot's advantage here. Excited to see what they can do as always. And but it's a few times they've had this shot's advantage and they got to make something happen. 4 minutes left to go. Tahada up to JD. JD's going to look for this offense. He's just going to walk it up here. Going to bait that chain out. And as they do, and Voodoo's going to get the recovery, sending in a long shot maybe, but just to clear into the bubble, Speedy V. And just going to slightly put that in. For the 2, they're back up by 7 here. Illumaduty with the lead.
Yeah, Speedy with a little bit of steez, however, dinging on the post, and that's going to be another timeout, I believe, from the side of Technique, and already took 1 timeout, so this will be interesting to see. This might be Tech, so we'll hopefully get this game back up underway, but after getting down very early, 9-2, you gotta be thinking about what they might be saying.
I hope they're really just talking it out like they, like they should have been for the Aurora match that they played in. As a team swap just comes over, maybe just talking to each other, maybe ping issue, anything like that, but they should still be using their timeout to the full advantage that they can. Just talk it out, make sure that they're slowing it down, being calm as the timeout does get unpaused here, and will be Technique with the shell's advantage.
Yeah, before we get started on this joust advantage, gotta give a shout out to IgniteVR.gg for keeping the stats here through all these pauses and restarts and whatever, but going to be Technique on the joust advantage, as we have seen many times in this game before. Going to be Tahada picking that up, ducking under the stack, gonna send it high, but a nice stack from their own QL Young, going for that long shot, just hitting off of the nest and bouncing around inside the Technique bubble. It's gonna be Speedy picking that up, going for the shot, just thinking off of the side. Tahada with a nice slap, getting it out of their zone and away from immediate danger. JDG picking that up, going for the long shot, gonna bounce off the wall. G-Dog able to pick that one back up, and putting it back for 3 points, and Technique is back to where we know they like to be, within 2 goals.
Within 2 goals, only 4 points, so just 2 twos if they can get right past that defense of Illumaduty. I mean, it's a great defense, but Illumaduty with this chance advantage here, picked up here by QL Young. QL Young gonna send it over to Voodoo. Voodoo trying to send it down, but recovered here by QL. QL's gonna send it all the way down to Wit over to Speedy V. Speedy looking for the pass or maybe a shot, and gonna get stunned out by JDG, and JDG is gonna clear it all the way through into the Illumaduty zone. Gonna be picked up here by Wit. Oh, just gonna get stunned out though. It's going to be loose here, going to be picked up by Josh, just opting in, sending a back pass over to JD, not JG, excuse me. Going to be Josh here, looking for that offense, and they're back within 2. 15 meters a second, a hard release on that. Round 2, 2 points in.
Yeah, Technique getting their second wind here, as they are not through with this game yet. It's going to be Illumaduty with the joust advantage, moving out very quickly as Q Elion picks that one up, going for the pass, just a missed pass, however, and that's going to be JDG picking that up, going for the shot, but the shot's not quite there. It's an open goal right now. Tahada moving it up, and a nice stun there by Josh to stun out the goalie, and Tahada's able to put that one in easily for 2, and just like that, is back to tied up. An immediate turnaround after that timeout. So we will definitely see, this could easily go to round 3 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if Technique keeps this momentum that they have, I mean, they could easily bring us into round 3. We've seen them doing it with Aurora, and unfortunately they did take the loss, but taking that loss off the disc there, taking that shot as JDG is here, and that shot is also here. They're up by 3 points, and Technique better be feeling hype about that one.
Yeah, clutch 3-pointer from JDG to keep them in this match, taking the lead from Illumaduty for the first time this round. And it's going to be Kiel picking that one up, sending it across over Speedy. Speedy getting it back, and JDG picking that one up for another 3-pointer. Just completely going back to where they were at the beginning with JDG.
I mean, we saw this in the the past 2 matches that we've casted of Technique, I mean, they've been doing the best that they've definitely could. I mean, they're doing their hardest, but I believe that we'll be going into round 3 here. I think we are out of mathematical time, but that chain there from Technique gonna clear all the way through, but intercepted by QL Young, gonna duck one, send it over, but no, the Speedy V's gonna get the reconnection, send it over to Voodoo. Voodoo has the open lane, just gonna barely go a little bit wide and gonna be tapped out, and that'll be the mathematical time. 20 seconds left to go. Luma Duty has to at least try to get some more points on the board. Excuse me. And it'll be sent across, but as a drop comes through, and JD gonna slap it out, and that'll be the ice. 9-15 in the hands of Technique, and remember some last few points, but no, it's 9-15 in the order of Technique.
This game going to round 3 after just an insanely clutch turn of events from those goals from the side of Technique. Only like 3 minutes to go, and they came back from 3-goal lead from the side of Duty. So we'll definitely be seeing if this momentum will carry forward to the next round, as round 3 is where it's all going to be decided. It's essentially sudden death for both of these teams.
I mean, yeah, we could definitely be seeing a good round 3, as we have been for both of these teams. Games that they've played, and yeah, I mean, I think Illuma Duty could definitely be staying in Master, if they don't take this win, then they will be relegated. So it would be very, very unfortunate. I mean, this is only their 3rd game, so they could still at least try their hardest to at least win this one, so they at least have a chance to stay in the Master Division. But as time does come through, of course, because we don't have a 4th player for Technique, but Technique, I think they're on a 1-1 win-loss, and I believe that how it is. I don't know, because yes, that is correct, I believe. But yeah, as the standings are up, so yep, I am correct. They have a win-loss of 1-1 right now. So yeah, they got to get this one last win, and then they still have a chance. I mean, I think 3 losses confirms that they will be either relegated or they won't be going to the Master Division. So yeah, Heck, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, Technique taking a round off of Aurora in their first match, as we will get Technique's 4th player back in, so we should be seeing an unpause here very, very soon. As definitely able to take a round off of Aurora, which Illuma Duty could not do. Aurora, a very, very strong team, and if Technique can, take a round off of that kind of play style with the way they've been playing, JDG is here consistently putting in those 3-pointers to keep his team in the lead, as we see more of a controlled playstyle from the side of Illuma Duty, but Technique more of a very fast clear and boost type of team. I don't want to say clear and boost, but they're much faster in general. Illuma Duty with more communication, I want to say, but Voodoo as well on Illuma Duty's side with a lot of great defensive saves, but he needs to be able to convert those. There's been a lot of times where he'll get the stop and then he won't be able to get the conversion for the 3 points. So I think if they can iron those issues out, we'll be seeing Illuma Duty win.
I mean, they just got to get that quick conversion, and I mean, it sounds really simple, but it really isn't. It's easier said than done. I mean, a quick conversion can honestly just lead to being up in there in that Master Division, or even that high diamond, and as a very big difference from low Master to high diamond can definitely be a big gap depending on the teams and their chemistry that they have. Or for example, a high diamond versus a low diamond team, you'll definitely be seeing some kind of difference. And this is from a past matchup from Season 3, Bangerang versus Phoenix. That was a Bangerang, I'm pretty sure they were high diamond, and I think Phoenix are around mid to low diamond, and Bangerang almost mercied them, and you could really see that gap between on how both of those teams played and their chemistry that they had. I mean, both of these teams, Lumaduty and Technique, definitely have a lot of chemistry. Technique has been here since season 2, but I don't think most of these players have been on the same team. I think they just joined from season 3, but Lumaduty, they've had the same roster for almost the same roster for the past 4 seasons or so. So almost 5 seasons now. So if they keep into this massive division, I mean, they'll definitely probably still be staying together.
Yeah, it's going to be just waiting for this. Not sure what's the hold up right now as we're encroaching the 4-minute mark here on this timeout. Just probably trying to ice their teammates, as ice the other team, as Lumaduty just continually boosting back and forth, staying warm, taking shots, just trying to keep their position, as it seems that Technique is taking more of a chill approach, as they're just waiting around and talking to each other in their own locker room. And we should be getting underway here very, very, very soon. Both of these teams clearly able to compete with each other through, not only individual skill, but also the team chemistry. We're seeing a lot of cut passes from both of these teams, but when it comes to just the straight-up conversion rate, Lumaduty's got that in the bag. There's been a lot more of Lumaduty making these insane passing plays than we've seen from Technique, and just like that, it's going to be finally unpaused.
Finally unpaused, and it will be the neutral joust coming soon. So yeah, as you did hear the ding just there, but it will be Technique on blue, Lumaduty on orange. My name's Solar P. I'm introducing myself like it's a new game, because it is. It's round 3. It's pretty much just a one-round game, but it'll be the neutral joust here. We're going to see who can win it, and it will be Lumaduty winning that one. It'll be sent all the way through, picked up here by QL Young. QL Young getting it stuffed, though, by JDG. JD's going to clear it all the way through into the Lumaduty zone. The chain's going to be there. Taking that shot just a little bit slow, though, for the chain to get there, and Sweetie V's going to handle it, and he's going to send it over to QL. Tap back to Speedy, though, and Speedy looking for that Speedy clear all the way through, and as it does get all the way through, no receive from his teammate, but it'll be recovered, though, by Tejada, and Tejada's going to get intercepted by QL Young. QL Young up to Voodoo. Voodoo gonna walk it into the bubble, immediately look for a cut pass, and the cut pass over to Speedy. Speedy behind the goal, but the save, and then the steal, and then another save, and just keeps getting snagged from both teams, but another S as the save comes through, and it'll be sent all the way through by Technique.
Great job by Technique, able to prevent all 3 of those attempts just from going in, not quite able to pick it up, however, for the 3-pointer, as the reset will not go into the hands of its intended receiver, but JDG just dancing around the backboard, able to put that in for almost a dunk, as just great movement and great defenses. 3 saves in a row from the side of Technique.
Yeah, I mean, the defense, Technique's defense is really calm and collected after that pause, and QL Young's going to handle this one. Send it over to Speedy. Speedy sending it over to Wit. Wit's going to clear it all the way through, over to Voodoo. Voodoo trying to back pass it, but no, it's going a little bit loose here. Going to bounce around, and it's loose. Picked up here by JD. JD sending a pass over to G-Dog. G-Dog taking that shot. It's going a little bit high and wide. Picked up here by JDG, and JDG, that shot is here. I made that joke before, but it's still a good pun there. But they're back up by 4. 8 minutes left to go.
Yeah, G-Dog trying to get that shot and just fading away. Didn't have an angle, but a great recovery by his teammate JDG to be able to put that one in. And able to convert on that. Speedy V gonna kind of go through the disc, but it's gonna be QL Young picking that up, going for the pass over to Speedy. JDG going for the bounce shot off of the roof into the hands of Mr. Mrs. Tejada putting that in for the slam dunk, and that's 6 points right off the bat for the side of Technique.
Technique coming off of a strong lead here. Only minute 30 in, so definitely it's always a possible comeback if there's not at least a minute 30 left. I mean, with such a quick scoreage here, we could honestly see a Mercy like we saw from the trade mercies from the EU Challenger Cup. It'll be challenging clear, but intercepted by Speedy and cleared all the way through into the bubble of Technique. Who's gonna get there first? It'll be JDG's here, and he's gonna clear it all the way through. It's going high. And it's going to be bouncing into the middle. Going to be picked up here by QL Young. And QL Young is going to send it high over to Voodoo. Voodoo sending it high again. Maybe a pass, maybe a shot. Just going off the marks, though. And JD with a good ender. It's going to walk it up here. Going to send it across over to Josh. Josh is going to clear it all the way through into the bubble. It's deep here. Picked up by G-Dog. And G-Dog, that was a great shot. 8 points up. With a few minutes left to go, 6 minutes left to go to be exact, and yeah, heck, what's going on?
Right now, I think what Illuma Duty really needs, they just need to get it out of their zone and keep it there for an extended period of time. It's just been so many times where they'll get almost into their zone just to lose it, and that's an open goal for Voodoo. Voodoo going for the shot, just missing, as he can't quite convert on that. Is going to be into the hands of JDG. JDG going to go for a clear and boost, picking that up, and that's going to be just right there for an easy slam dunk, and that's going to be 10 points for the side of Technique, not even halfway into this third round.
I mean, trading mercies, but not really trading mercies, but they really want to look forward to a mercy just to give them that confirmation of winning, maybe possibly breaking into Master. But QL Young to handle this one, send it over to Wit. Wit's going to look for the pass all over. Oh, no, sending it through, but Josh is going to get the interceptions all the way through now. Picked up here by Wit. Wit just losing tracking, though. And Josh here picking it up, sending it over to G-Dog. And putting it in for the 5 minutes left remaining, 12 points up.
Yeah, 12 points. Well, that might seem like a very large gap, but it's only 4 goals from if you hit all of the 3-pointers. So we could easily see Illuma Duty coming back, but from the way things are going right now, it's not likely a Speedy V able to pick up that pass, going for the clear, going for the cloud shot maybe actually, but just off the mark as G-Dog's able to pick that one up, send it low over to JDG. JDG gonna go for another clear and boost, but Wit is right behind him, picking that up, going for the shot, but just off the mark. Speedy V able to pick that one back up and clear it through the cross-side tunnel. Voodoo in front right now, going for the disc as it bounces off of the Pac-Man. It's going to be Mr. Mrs. Tejada picking that up first, but a nice steal by QL Young, but right back by Mr. Mrs. Tejada. He's going to go for the bounce clear through mid as stacks will form up, and it's going to be as we wait, as there's a little bit of brawling first before they get back. Speedy V picking that up, just slapping it out into the hands of QL. QL going for the shot, just going to get it through their zone all the way down. It's going to be Mr. Mrs. Tejada getting there first, but it's going to be Wit picking that one up with a goal. Nice stun. Speedy not quite able to pick that one up, but Wit picking that right back up. That's going to be 2 points for the side of Illuma Duty.
I mean, that was the conversion that they needed. That's the momentum that they can gain. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Comeback has been mounted by Illuma Duty, America's team, and it will be Technique here with the disc. Just gonna hold it, pass it over to G-Dog. I messed it up. I say J by accident whenever I'm trying to read it quickly, but Tejada here gonna recover it out of the bubble and gonna try to send it over to Josh, but Josh won't be able to connect on it. It's loose here. Picked up here by Wit. Wit across over to Voodoo. Voodoo gonna look forward, just sending it across up to G-Dog, but no, G-Dog's gonna clear it all the way through. It'll be in the Illuma Duty bubble here, and it's gonna be still loose in the bubble, picked up here and slapped out by QL Young.
Yeah, it's going to be slept back into the bubble by G-Dog. G-Dog going for the shot, but a nice steal by Voodoo, able to prevent the 2-pointers. That's going to be a quick stack by Wit, and Speedy being Speedy. Speedy going for the shot. He's going to nail that 3-pointer. 18 meters per second to be able to put in that 3-pointer. 5-12. This is what we wanted to see from the side of Illuma Duty.
Hey, don't call yourself Speedy V when the Roman numeral for V is 5. Call yourself Speedy I because that was a really Speedy 3 there. That was a horrible joke, but chain there from Technique. trying to send it through, maybe a dribble, but picked up here by Speedy. Speedy taking a shot, and oh my god! That was such a hard angle, and they're back within 4. Speedy V taking those shots, 2 minutes left to go. They've mounted the comeback like I've been saying.
Speedy with that half-court mail slot, putting his team back within just a few goals. Mr. and Mrs. Tejada going immediately over to G-Dog. G-Dog moving it through the right side tunnel into the hands of JDG after taking a few bounces off of Geo, sending it back over to Mr. and Mrs. Tejada, however, dancing around, moving backwards in a dangerous position, able to get the pass off, however, to G-Dog. G-Dog just gonna wait, move it up to just going high over to JDG. JDG is gonna be able to drain that one for 2 more points.
2 more points, and they're back within 6. So Illuma with the shots advantage here. They're gonna see what they can do with only a minute left to go. I think the comeback is still possible, maybe, but Technique might be able to take this in 3, but it will be Hugh Young to handle this one. Send it over to Speedy. Speedy is gonna send it, and all the way to Wit. Wit's gonna back pass it over to QL. QL up to Voodoo. Voodoo, a cut pass over to Speedy, but unfortunately won't be able to connect on the pass, and maybe recovered here by that chain, but a good block there from G-Dog. G-Dog's gonna send it across over to no one yet. It's still loose in the bubble, or around the bubble. Picked up here by Kyo Young and sent all the way through into the Technique zone.
Wit's going to take that 3 and drain it. It's going to be close. This game is not over yet. If Illuma can make this next 3-pointer immediately off of the joust, then they should be able to force an OT. And this would be one of the most exciting matches I've seen. So much is riding on this match, because there's only about 15 seconds for Illuma to score a 3, and it's just going to be cleared all the way down. Not quite able to be received, however. QL Young picking that up. 10 seconds to go. Sending it over to Wit. Wit going over to Voodoo. Voodoo trying to send it all the way through. Speedy's right there. Needs to put in this shot. Going to just take it in. Going for the back pass, but not quite there. So close. It's going to be Technique picking this one up in 3 rounds, just within 1 goal. Technique going to be taking this victory, second one in a row in this Challenger Cup.
I mean, honestly, Illuma has to feel very bad. I mean, it was a very close game and a great game, I mean, from both teams. And so, a look at the stats here. I mean, the spread from both teams here, it's been amazing for both of these teams. It has been Illuma with a lot of points here, but Voodoo with 7 points, Wit with 10 points, QL Young with 2, and Speedy V with 16. Really doing the best that he can, and it will be Technique. On the side of Technique, it will be G-Dog with 9, Josh with 2, Mr. and Mrs. Tejada with 6, and JDG with 16 points. And next match, I'm pretty sure it will be Kraken next. So, Kraken, a really great team. So, yeah, I'm excited for this next match, and I hope you guys will be back soon. But I'm pretty sure that Illuma I don't know if they've lost 2 games or if they've won 1. I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure they lost 2. I'm pretty sure at least. And yeah, that's their second loss. So they can definitely still. No, that is their 3rd loss. So they will be relegated. So that is very unfortunate for Illuma, but Technique might be able to get into the Master Division if they keep on keeping this momentum. And heck, you want to end it off?
Yes, this is going to be the last cast for me in this Challenger Cup. But if you stick around, Solar P will be staying on this channel, as well as in my place coming Atomfly. So stick around. Next up, we will have Kraken versus Technique.
This is a competition to find the best of the best.
I'm still not convinced, but either way, a bounce pass over here, gonna reach stage, but Stoney, the nice. Where some stories might end, others will begin anew.
Anything can happen. Anyone can win and anyone can lose.
Number 2 is a loser.
This is what we have been waiting for all season.
To the end, and maybe in the scoring zone. It's gonna be an overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals. This is a competition to find the best of the best.
I'm still not convinced, but either way, a bounce pass over here, gonna reach stage, but Stoney, the nice. Where some stories might end, others will begin anew.
Anything can happen. Anyone can win and anyone can lose.
Number 2 is a loser.
This is what we have been waiting for all season.
To the end, and maybe in the scoring zone. It's gonna be an overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals. This is a competition to find the best of the best.
I'm still not convinced, but either way, a bounce pass over here, gonna reach stage, but Stoney, the nice. Where some stories might end, others will begin anew.
Anything can happen. Anyone can win and anyone can lose.
Number 2 is a loser.
This is what we have been waiting for all season.
To the end, and maybe in the score.
Good afternoon, Jacks and Jills. I am Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3 Minute Meta. In this third installment, we are going to cover defensive joust schemes. So I'm going to throw a whole bunch of numbers at you, and then we're going to break them down. 2-1-1, 1-2-1, 1-1-2, 2-2, and 1-1-1-1, though we're just going to call this man from here on. These are your basic defensive joust schemes. With the exception of man coverage, the three numbers correspond to three assignments in the following order: forecheck, midfield, and backfield. The numbers represent how many players you're committing to each of these assignments, and pairs typically represent chain pairs. So we'll start with the most common, and so likely the one most familiar to you, the 2-1-1. This scheme is typically run by sending a chain in the direction of the opposing team's quarterback, sending one player up to mid, typically to cover a pass option, and leaving a player back to guard against long shots, deep passes, and clears. It's the most common style of defensive coverage because it also tends to be the safest to run. Any players you send deep are in a pair and so can boost back on defense. There's a goalie protecting the bubble and goal, and the midfield player is not too far out to generally get caught behind the play if the offense progresses through mid. Conversely, a 1-2-1 scheme, while used a fair bit at the competitive level, is also a generally vulnerable scheme. This scheme sends a single player in the direction of the quarterback while setting a chain up to attack the first or second pass. The aggressive nature of the play does lead to some moderate success in forcing a quick turnover, but if the play does not succeed, there's a fair chance that the forechecking player will be caught well behind the play, and thus the offense may be able to push a 4v3 all the way to the goal. This is not to say that the 1-2-1 should not be used, only that you should be aware of the dangers when deploying this scheme. The 2-2 scheme is one that utilizes two defensive chains, generally one to attack the quarterback and one to attack the first pass, or some other combination of similar assignments. It's an incredibly flexible strategy given the mobility of having all players on the field in boosting pairs, but it can also be vulnerable to tube shots and long bounce shots if the chains are not quick enough to track down those shots. The 1-1-2 scheme you might consider as more of an alternative to the 2-2 scheme, where instead of sending a pair at the QB, that pair splits with one going to QB and one covering a pass option. This makes the first pass more predictable for the back chain, and so they can set up in a more favorable position to attack. And finally, man coverage is probably one of the most aggressive formations a defense can utilize. This scheme sends each player to cover each of the opposing team's players one-on-one. The idea is 2-2 or 1-1-2. So now I'm curious, what sorts of defensive schemes have you seen deployed? Which ones do you consider the most effective? Do you think I missed something or got something wrong? Or do you have any ideas for other 3-minute metas? Please leave them all in the comments below this video. I will be reading through all of them, so feedback is greatly appreciated. But that's it for this installment of 3-minute meta. In the next, we are going to cover initial attack vectors. I've been Monsieur Demouy. Please like, share, and subscribe, and have a wonderful day. Good afternoon, Jacks and Jills. I'm Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3-minute meta. Let's talk about bubble offense. So you just got your team through mid, and you're now set to attack the bubble. There are two primary formations when attacking the bubble: deep and shallow. In a deep formation, you will typically have your backliner around double diamond or otherwise in the backfield. Two of your forwards will generally be split on either side of the trench, and you'll tend to have a striker somewhere in the bubble putting threat on the goal. The shallow formation is basically just a compressed version of the deep formation, putting the backline on or around bow tie, and with all three forwards either pressing the bubble or putting threat on the goal. The primary purpose of both formations is for the backliner to first draw out a defender, and for your team to press a numbers advantage. The ideal situation would see the backliner disabling this defender and rejoining the play. But even if the backliner gets tangled up, the numbers situation is still better for the offense. When considering the numbers when attacking the bubble, it is fair to consider the goalie as half a body. So even in what otherwise appears to be a 3v3 situation, it is functionally more like a 3v2.5 due to the fact that the goalie is committed to staying in goal but can still dive after cross passes and for 1v1s. So when we're talking about pressing this numbers advantage, it doesn't necessarily mean that the backliner is rejoining the play. So long as the backliner pulls that defender out, the three forwards can press a numbers advantage. Following this logic, however, means means that going in 4v4 also presents a numbers advantage, but with so many bodies in the bubble, the spatial advantage will generally go to the defense. With too many bodies in such a small area, too many lanes are intersecting, and multiple lanes can be more easily covered by a single person. So pulling that defender out is typically the most efficient way to attack the bubble, for even if your backliner fails at getting back into the play, you are still in a more ideal situation. By attacking with a numbers advantage, you ensure that at least one of your players is mostly free of defensive coverage for the duration of the attack. This means that there's always an open lane to be exploited, and it's just a matter of executing on these open lanes until a viable shot lane or cut option presents itself. If for some reason you're unable to find that lane, consider a reset, as that fourth defender at that point is likely rejoining the play, and the more you try to force it forward, the more likely you are to make a mistake. It is also important to note my heavy use of words like tend to and typically in regards to these formations. The only real guidelines I would offer as far as your exact positioning is to stay spread out, always have threat on the goal, and be mindful of your backline. If at any point in time, from when you gain possession of the disc to when you are attacking the bubble, if you manage to get a defender stuck behind your backline, you have the advantage, and you should press and maintain this advantage all the way to the goal, every single time. So next week we are going to cover bubble defense. I know some of you have been patiently waiting for that one, and I love you for it. I can't wait to get it out to you. I also encourage anyone who has questions or comments to leave them below. I respond frequently and will sometimes pin contributions or rebuttals to the topics I cover. So really, let me know what you think. But I have been Monsieur Demouy. Please like, share, and subscribe, and have a wonderful day.
VRware. Our passion is for the future.
Good afternoon, Jackson Jills. I'm Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3 Minute Meta. In this installment, we are going to cover resets. In the next couple videos, we will be going over neutral zone offense, but before we can do that, we need to touch on resets. A common synonym for reset is a back pass, but these are in fact two distinct things. A back pass is nothing more than the act of sending a pass to a teammate in the direction of your own goal. A reset, on the other hand, is a specific type of back pass with a specific purpose. When you send a reset to your backliner, you are in effect resetting the play. You are restarting your attack effort.
Hello guys, welcome back to VRML 3. I am Adam Fly here, joined by Solar P, and it is going to be JG on cams. Today we have a great game, High Voltage versus Illumiduty. I'm expecting this to be a very good matchup here today. Unfortunately, Illumiduty is at the bottom of the bracket, but High Voltage is meeting them right down there as well, sort of in that range. Nonetheless, we are still expecting a great game from both the teams. Solar P, how do you expect this game to turn out?
Oh, I expect this game to be an amazing game. I mean, we always hope for a good matchup, and especially me, because I always want to see a third round, because I'm just weird like that. But it will be High Voltage and Illumiduty, and like you said, they're at the bottom of the bracket, but that doesn't mean anything. I think High Voltage is going 1-1 right now. I believe standings should come up. I hope they do, at least. But yeah, so High Voltage, they're doing amazing. At least in the season, they were doing amazing, and as they are still. And yep, as the standings do come up now, and yeah, as you can see, all the teams are doing pretty good. I think, yeah, High Voltage are on a 1-2 right now, so they can still win unless it goes a tie, like we hope not, because I want to see who gets in the Master Division by the end of this season, just so in Season 4 they get that momentum boost, and even in the finals, May 15th, 16th, and some great matchups there, and rivalries will come together, and they will fight it out, and it will be the neutral joust as we get both teams ready up here, and yeah, I'm excited for this matchup, and Adam Fly, take it away.
Absolutely. The beginning joust of this game. Both teams getting ready in their tunnels, ready to boost out. And here we go. Final countdown going out. Who's going to win it? And it looks like it is going to be High Voltage with the first joust, or the first joust possession. Quickly getting turned over to Illumiduty as Voodoo picks that one up. Just getting tossed around right now as Fire Ninja tries to get that one out. But QL Young quickly with that disc, sending it over to Wit. Now getting very close into this bubble, looking for the first points of this game. And over to Speedy V. Through the front it goes, and that's going to be 2-0.
Well, High Voltage with the shots advantage here. So I'm excited to see what High Voltage can do, as we've seen them do some great things in the past from season 1 and up. But it will be Isolate sending it over to that right tunnel. But oh no, a turnover from Illumiduty. But getting that rebound from Illumiduty is a Wit. They're back up by 4. Not really back up, but they're up by 4 with 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, amazing seeing them come back with up by 4, like you said. Right in the beginning of this round is truly amazing, seeing as their last game didn't turn, or their last 3 games, I should say, didn't turn out so well. High Voltage winning the last game, though, I should mention, so they might find their winning streak here, but not really right now, as we do see Illumiduty pulling this through. That being said, a shot going wide just a little bit, but going to be sent all the way back to Wit, and Wit now resetting it back to the back line.
The back line is QL Young sending it over to Voodoo. Voodoo looking it over to Wit. Wit's going to walk it up here, sending it all the way back to the back line, which is QL Young again. They're just trying to slow it down here, doing a bit of pump fakes, but off the head of Fire Ninja, and Wit's going to be able to recover and send it over to Speedy. Speedy with the Speedy pass over to QL. QL over to Voodoo. Voodoo getting that quick conversion. 6 points up, 8 minutes left remaining.
Wow, yeah, getting those points in very, very quickly, and an amazing play by both teams. I think High Voltage has some good defense that they just need to work on just a little bit. And I think having all these games going through might crack down on these teams in these later games through round 4 and 5 of this bracket. That being said, Fire Ninja back at it again with the disc, looking to send it all the way through. Not going to happen, though, as Lowell sends it back over to Goran. Goran now looking for a pass to the back line, or sorry, front line, as Isolate puts that one in through the back.
To the backboard. Isolate, yeah, putting that in for the 2. They're back down by 4. Illumiduty for the first time in this round with this joust advantage. It's only the first round, so 7 minutes left remaining, with 7 minutes and 7 seconds left remaining once the tube comes out here, and it'll be Wit to handle this one. Gonna be pressured, send it all the way up to Voodoo. Voodoo gonna be heavily pressured, send it wisely back, but unfortunately no one's gonna be there to connect on it, and it will be a chain race for it. It will be Fire Ninja taking that backboard shot just off the marks, and Fire Ninja up to Goran, and Goran behind the back. Very, very smooth there from Goran Jr. Goalie Goran, as people like to call him, and they're back down by 2.
Yeah, like you said, within 2, with just barely 6 minutes and 40 seconds left in this match. Still a ton of time to bring up those scores. Nonetheless, we are getting back into this as both teams launch out. And a quick push is going to get Wit stunned, and a turnover. No, sorry, Wit is going to pick that one back up as he sends it all the way down to that left trap. And it looks like Goran might get their hands on it. No. It's just going to be a fumble for the disc there, as it is still lost up there in that trap as Goran gets their hands on it once again, tries to send it through, but Wit stopping that one as it is about to go all the way through towards the goal. That being said, Voodoo with the disc, now looking for another opportunity to clear it out. Just fumbling the disc a lot, is still lost a lot on Illumiduty's side, as Speedy V just finds an open clear. Weirdly enough, it just goes straight down and into the hands of Lols. Now Lols with the disc, looking for another opportunity.
Sending it all the way through. It's in the bubble of Illumiduty, recovered though by Wit. Wit's going to look for that pass over to QL Young. Not going to be able to connect on it, but getting that turnover is Lols. Lols sending it over to Fire Ninja. Fire Ninja over to Ducking, and a shot from Goran Jr., but unfortunately a save there from Speedy V, and recovered though by that quick chain from High Voltage, and it'll be Lols sending it over to Goran. Look for his options. He's gonna duck another. Ooh, sending a dunk monkey, and he's gonna put it in for the 2. That's tied now. 5 minutes left remaining.
Yeah, tie game here. This is a game that you guys are looking for here. Very, very, very close. This is going to be an exciting matchup for the rest of the rounds. I'm still not too sure who's going to take this, but I'm still very excited to look for it. That being said, both teams launching out once again. Wit with the disc, looking for a pass over to Speedy. Speedy going back to Wit. Wit now trying to send it through the tunnel, and there it goes right to QL Young. QL now going all the way down, going to miss that pass over to Voodoo, and it's going to be in the hands of Isolate as he sends it all the way through. Sorry, getting stopped by that tunnel as Wit does pick that one up and regains possession for Lumaduty. Now, Speedy V with the disc, slowly creeping up there on Trench as he sends it over to Wit, and just playing their time now. This is what you want to see between teams. You just want to see them play their time. This is how good games be good games. You definitely see these advanced plays. That being said, a bubble play almost getting intact there, but quickly stopped by somebody on high voltage. That being said, sent all the way back down into the opposite side bubble, but it's going to get slapped out, and another possession by Fire Ninja is going to get lost as it does get sent out by an Illumiduty team member.
That quick chain though from High Voltage, sending it all the way through by High Voltage, recovered though by going to break check one, sending it across over the walls, maybe just trying to troll around, and it's gonna be sent all the way through by Wit into the bubble. No, just outside of the bubble. Gonna juke around Voodoo, top pocket, Dr. Pocket. They're down by High Voltage is down by 2, 3 minutes left remaining.
Wow, very, very close game. Like I said before, now cutting down to the wire at the end of this time. A great shot by Voodoo, I should mention. A really, really good shot as there was somebody in goal, and it was kind of a far shot just a little bit. That being said, back into the game. Here we go. Goran Jr. with the disc looking to dribble that through the tunnel. Having a great dribble play right now. Might get lost in the hands of a Lumaduty member, but no, getting very, very close to that shot. Is going to go through and has another bubble play as Lowe's gets stunned out right in the front of the goal. Getting very, very close here as it does get way out, and Voodoo gets their hands on it. Yes, they do, and they do send it through the tunnel.
Through the tunnel, indeed, is in the bubble of Illumiduty. Actually, it's going to be tapped out. Oh, not Illumiduty, that was High Voltage, and it's going to be recovered, though, by Voodoo. Voodoo going to juke around, send it over to Wit. Wit's going to just slow it down here. They have a whole bunch of time. They are up by 2, but one turnover on that defense, and on the offense actually is Speedy V off the pass from Voodoo. They're back up by 4 with around 2 minutes and 30 seconds left remaining.
Yeah, like you said, up by 4 now, 10-6. This is getting very, very close. High Voltage might be able to pull this off. Illumiduty might get their first win here of the bracket of the Challenger Cup. That being said, going back into the play, Goran Jr. is going to get their hands on it once again as they pass it over to Fire Ninja. Now over to Lols, slowly creeping up on that left side, trying to look for a push, but now Lols with a 1v1. Gonna not happen though, as it does get stopped by Wit, and Wit recovering that one once again as it does get lost just a little bit there in the bubble. A pass over to Voodoo now is going to try to send it through the tunnel. Not going to go through though, goes back up and has another opportunity here as it does get finally slapped through the tunnel.
Through the tunnel, but intercepted by Fire Ninja. Fire Ninja trying to send it all the way through, but it's picked up there by Speedy. Speedy gonna get stunned, and the stolen steal from QL Young, and it's back over to Wit from Speedy. And Wit's gonna lose it just a little bit and try to slap it all the way through in the mid zone. Picked up here by QL Young. Sends it over to Voodoo. Voodoo's gonna get stunned out by Fire Ninja. Fire Ninja all the way through into the bubble here. We're gonna see who can get there first, and it will be Speedy V, and it will be picked up here by Voodoo. Voodoo trying to send it all the way out, but gonna be recovered by Lols, and Lols is gonna clear it through. It's gonna be picked up here by Goran. Goran setting a shielding shot, but picked up there and intercepted by Speedy V.
Yeah, and now being sent all the way on to the high voltage side, getting very intense here as he gets close to the bubble. Goran Jr. picking that one up, though, looking for another dribble play through that left side tunnel, but QL Young going to pick that one up, say no to that clear, and going to send it all the way through over to Voodoo, where he has another opportunity. Quickly getting stunned out, though. Lols gets their hands on this one as he moves it up towards the midline. Now looking for a clear all the way down to the other side. Will he be able to make it here as Fire Ninja brings it in? Not going to go in, though, as it does get lost and slapped back out to Speedy V as he does clear it back down for one last final time. I'm not sure how this game is going to turn out. They still have, actually no, they're out of mathematical time as Wit puts that one last in, that last one in, sorry, and they are going to be up by 6.
As the time goes down, they only have 1 second left to go. I mean, They don't have anything to do but high voltage. Going down by half, and it will be Illuma Duty taking round 1. And like you said, their first win of the bracket could definitely be happening. And yeah, what a great round there. Illuma Duty versus high voltage, and Illuma Duty, high voltage, and it will be Illuma Duty taking the round 1. So we could definitely be seeing even a third round if high voltage is warmed up.
Yeah, I mean, they should be warmed up just enough with 3 games on their belt so far in this Challenger Cup, but yet again, 3 games might have just worn them down enough where they're not playing as good as they were. That being said, high voltage with 1 win, Illuma Duty still with 0. There's still no definitive answer to this game. Although we did see Illuma Duty pull through with that first round, like we saw. We might see them pull through. It is still very unanswered, though.
I mean, high voltage, we've seen amazing things from them. I mean, their MMR right now is amazing. It's 1300 and going 21-10, but Illuma Duty, they've been in the master tier for the past 4 seasons now. So, I mean, they are very, very experienced, and they're going 4-23 right now. They've won, I believe it was Redshift and Wrath and some other teams, and I believe it was Aurora was also one of them. But they are number 10 right now, and high voltage trying to break into the master division, but it will be the neutral joust here. Illuma Duty on blue and high voltage on orange. Adam, take it away.
Yes, going back into the neutral joust. Who will take it away for the second round? And it looks like it is going to be Illuma Duty with that first lap and looking for a dribble play all the way through. Has the possession inside the bubble, looking for a cut pass over to Voodoo. Voodoo just going wide a little bit, though. Going back over into the hands of Lols as it does get slapped out just a little bit. And Wit is trying to track that one down. Yet again, Speedy V gets their hands on that one and now stalling time on their side.
Slowing time on their side. It's going to be sent through, picked up there by Wit. Wit down to the floor to Voodoo. Voodoo going to get the rebound, back pass it to Speedy. Good fling there, and it'll be Speedy just going to hold it here. Not really going to be pressured, sending it over to QL Young. QL Young is getting a receive, and he's going to juke around. He's going to 1v4 it, but stopped there by Goran, and he's going to clear, Lols, and it'll be sent all the way through. Picked up there by Fire Ninja. Fire Ninja taking that top pocket open lane. 1 minute in, they've already got 3 points on the board.
Wow, now we're seeing high voltage take the lead here. First time in this matchup so far. I mean, we saw them get really close. We saw that 6-6 tie in the first round, but here we finally have a definitive 3 on the board. That being said, getting back into the cast, Wit has a disc for Illuma Duty, a soft pass over to Speedy V, going through the tunnel, getting pressured though as he does send it over to Voodoo. Voodoo now getting pressured with a stun and trying to get that reset back, and Speedy V getting their hands on that one. Once again, just some great stacks by Fire Ninja and Lols getting to those plays very fast. That being said, Voodoo slamming that one into the goal. Sorry about that, I was a little late to that one. That being said, they are catching up just a little bit, a 1.1 goal difference right now between high voltage and Illuma Duty.
Yeah, one more goal, put them up by 1, and 8 minutes left to go. It will be high voltage with a shout advantage here. They're only down by 1, so quick play there, and it'll be sent over to Lols. Lols over to Fire Ninja. Fire Ninja down to Goran. Goran taking the open lane, and unfortunately just going to go a little bit wide, but good recovery from Isolate and sinking it in. For the 2, they're up by 3. But in the second round, high voltage taking the lead.
Yeah, still in the lead here in this round. I think they're definitely looking for that answer for that goal. No goal goes unanswered for high voltage right here in round 2. We might see a round 3. That'd be amazing. I know every caster would love to see a round 3, even just spectators of the game, watchers, viewers of the game. Little shout out to you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. That being said, going back into the Illuma Duty bubble as Fire Ninja puts that one in for the 2. Again, taking that lead, extending that lead 7-2.
I mean, they're up by 5, 7-2. 7 minutes left to go. Illuma Duty back with the shots advantage again. It's been a few times with the shots advantage, picked up here by Wit. What's going to handle the disc? Just going to slow it down. They're only down by 5. They could easily get it with 6 minutes left to go, and it'll be going to walk it up here, send it over to Speedy with the speedy pass, but not speedy enough. Says isolate. He's gonna clear it all the way through. It's in the bubble. Picked up by Goran. Goran's gonna take off that soft one. They've got two soft dunks, or I can't say slam, but just dunks, and they're back up by 7.
Yeah, I think almost every single time they put those in the pocket, which is just a classic thing to do here. I know if I have the opportunity when I'm playing pubs, I will definitely put it in the pocket. That being said, getting back into it, it is going to be Wit with the disc off that just advantage. Now going over to Kyo Young in the tunnel, sending it all the way through over to Voodoo. Voodoo now an opportunity into the bubble. Speedy V has the disc, looking for a reset pass over to Kyo Young. Now looking for another opportunity here in the bubble. They tried to take that shot, just going a little bit wide, getting slapped out, but has another opportunity here as they do send it through the front side. Not going to happen as it goes back down into the trenches, and Fire Ninja picks that one up as he does send it through. Another opportunity for High Voltage, but quickly getting slapped out. It is going to go back into the hands of Goran Jr., though, getting pushed by the bubble. Now Lowell is trying to go in with a pass over to Fire Ninja, not going to go through enough, where he gets stunned out, though. And now back to Isolate, where he's going to send it back up, looking for a 1v2. Not going to happen. Going back over, crisscrossing and into the back of the goal. Fire Ninja puts that one in.
What a play there from High Voltage. They're up by 9, 5 minutes left to go. High Voltage is definitely going to try to get this Mercy. I mean, every match you got to really try to at least try to get a Mercy in. And I mean, High Voltage is definitely one of the teams to do it, but it will be Illumiduty with the shots advantage here. Going to be picked up here right Wet over to the right side wall. No, stolen from Goran. Goran taking that shot, just going a little bit wide. It'll be loose here, picked up by Lulz. Lulz looking for a cut, maybe just his backward shot, and a self-goal, putting it in on his own goal. It's QL Young. They're down by 11, Illumiduty.
Yeah, it looked like he had his hands on that. Unfortunately, I think he just brought it in just a little bit too far. He could have had that, but yet, High Voltage extending the lead just even more now. 13-2, a 11 points lead. This is an insane comeback for High Voltage in round 2 here.
I mean, like the first round was really close, but it's still, I mean, High Voltage can easily get this. I mean, they're only up by 11, but a good dive there from Isolate, isolating that shot, or just a pass, but picked over by Wet over to QL Young, and that Young shot down at the feet, and through with 4 minutes left to go.
Yeah, the time winding down, starting to close that gap a little bit. It is still within mathematical time for Illumiduty to bring it back, and this might get their ball rolling just a little bit with that first 2-pointer going in. That being said, going out of the tunnels, Isolate is going to send that over to the top stack on Cloud. Not going to go through, as it does, it does go through. Just not with the greatest possession on that side, as it is going to be a fumble for the disc, but going into the hands of Voodoo. Voodoo is going to send that one down. This might be their opportunity, but no, unfortunately, Lowell is going to get to that one first, as he does hold on to that one, sending that one all the way over to Goran. Goran now with the disc, looking to send it through the tunnel. No other player to receive that besides the opposing team. QL Young is going to grab that one as he sends it over to Speedy V. Now Speedy V with the disc, looking for another opportunity. Sends it back over to Wit, and Wit now with the disc on the right wall.
Send over to Voodoo. Voodoo up to Speedy. Speedy looking for a speedy shot, maybe a speedy pass, but just dinging off the upper post, and picked up here by QL Young with the recovery. Gonna send it over to Whip, but Whip won't be able to connect on it, and so he's sent through by Lowell. It's going to be in the zone of Illumiduty, picked up by Isolate, and isolating that shot 16 meters away. They're back up by 12, and great shot and great conversion there from High Voltage.
Amazing 3-pointer. Yeah, just amazing conversion. And yeah, just having no goals unanswered, like I said before. But anyways, getting back into it, Wit is going to have that disc once again as the main QB here for Illumiduty. That being said, it's going to be sent over to Voodoo. Voodoo getting stunned out, though. It's going to be a hustle for the disc as QL Young gets his hands on that one. It is going to be sent into the same side bubble for High Voltage. Now getting lost right in front of the goal. Speedy V is going to hit that shot, and it's going to be within 10 points with only... I'm not sure. I didn't quite see the time on that one. sorry, a minute and 46 seconds.
I mean, yeah, it's still comeback has been mounted by Luma Duty, and they can still come back. It's never say never, as JG said to me, and I know to say that now because Luma did it in their last game, but Wet here taking that shot, and oh, that will be it. That comeback has been mounted, and 16-9, a comeback has been mounted by Luma Duty.
Yeah, within 8 points. I'm not sure if it's possible. 2 threes and a 2. That's 3 goals. We're looking at about somewhere between 30 and 50 seconds until mathematical time is out. Or sorry, that is when mathematical time will be out. And now we're moving down to the 50-second mark. I'm not sure this will happen. They might be able to close the gap. As we do know in Challenger Cup, points still matter in this game. That being said, it's going to be getting very, very close to that goal, but it does miss it just a little bit. And once again, it's going to be slapped all the way down into the high voltage bubble. Going through the back, a missed shot, going to hit that ding ring and just going to go south just a little bit. And it is going to be sent out once again and back into the Illumiduty side as Witt picks that one up.
Picks it up, sends it through. It's in the trench now. Recovered, though, by Isolate. Isolate's going to clear it down mid, but intercepted by QL Young. QL Young back over to Witt. Witt's going to send it back over to QL. QL looking for another pass. Over to Witt. It's a two-man game. And, oh, just the 1-on-4 here. Witt's going to bring it in. They're down by 5, but that'll be it. 16-11. In the hands of High Voltage, we're going to a round 3 in the Challenger Cup Cycle 3.
Yeah, amazing game. Seeing a round 3, like I said, no predictability here, but seeing a great comeback by High Voltage, getting close the gap, though, by Illumiduty. I'm not sure what to expect here in round 3. I'm expecting a very, very good game, though.
I mean, we've seen the chemistry from both of these teams. Both of these teams have been out for a while. I mean, High Voltage has been out since Season 1, and the preseason champions, America's team, Illumiduty, has been out, well, since preseason. I think since day 1, all of these players. So, I mean, the chemistry on both of these teams is definitely one of the best. Besides, of course, the Master Division teams like Joker, like Gravity, all the like EU, OC, NA, of course. But we're in the NA Challenger Cup right now. But yeah, saying hello to everyone. Hello and welcome if you're just joining in. But this is the Challenger Cup, and it's an amazing Challenger Cup, I should say. And yes, I do agree with that too. There's a lot of pressure, so it does take practice. And but whoever wins the Challenger Cup will actually be going to the finals. So they will be getting the finalist badge. Top 10 master teams. It's confirmed. Top 8 and up will be going. Well, of course, aren't going to the Challenger Cup. That's why we don't see like Ethereal, Anomaly, or any of the above 8+ level tier 8, whatever you guys call it in here. But we do see Aurora, Illumiduty, High Voltage, Kraken, Technique, and Hive Mind in here. So yeah, it's still great matchups. And Adam, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I mean, both teams played very well. I think that High Voltage might be able to take this one, seeing their comeback. Just thinking about it for a second while hearing you talk about the logistics of the Challenger Cup in the finalist series, finals. I've thought about it a little bit, and I think High Voltage could take this one, but I think we're still looking for Illumiduty to take their first win here. It would be unfortunate for High Voltage because they would be sort of knocked out of that zone to get up there into the master tier. I think they are already, but that being said, I'm still very excited to see what comes in store for this game.
I mean, yeah, I always say this because in every match, I mean, you really do see the best out of them. And in the Challenger Cup, you really got to do your best that you can. I mean, all these teams that are high diamond, low master, I mean, they've definitely earned it. They've been doing the best that they can. So, I mean, there's a lot of things in that to get you in the Challenger Cup, and Illumiduty are definitely trying their hardest, and so is High Voltage. I mean, there have been some situations where people just stop trying because they Well, the normal VRML, not in like Challenger Cup or finals or anything, but normal VRML, people just stop trying. And you got to keep that good mindset, and maybe that pause that just gets unpaused. I mean, you really got to keep that good mindset and just say, I'm gonna win this. And even though we're about to get mercied by this team, you got to keep a good mindset. Just like the other day, I had to play in a tournament against Ethereal, and it was me and a silver team, and we were facing a master team that almost beat Joker. So, in my mind, I was trying to tell them, I was like, hey guys, calm down. I know these guys are really good, but you got to keep a great mindset because a good mindset is key. And if you have a bad mindset, it can lose you games. And that's why both of these teams are probably in the Challenger Cup because they're keeping calm and they're enjoying the game. But Adam Fly, take it away.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that one. That being said, both teams looking for that neutral. Joustin is going to be Illuma with the first possession, but it's going to get lost a little bit over to high voltage possession. It is going to be sent into their zone, though, as Keela Young gets very close, but stunned out by Gorn Jr. Gorn now looking for a clear. I'm messing up all of my words right now. That being said, Speedy V with the disc looking to pressure Bubble just a little bit as he does find that pass through the backside, but not going to happen as he does get stolen, or that disc does get stolen from him and sent all the way into the Illuma side. And there it is, a shot going through Fire Ninja for the first 3 points. This might be a repeat of round 2. We do not know, but a first 3 going in just like round 2. I'm just very excited to see what else happens in this game.
I mean, a fire shot, you might have to say. I mean, Fire Ninja, a great striker, all these players are great strikers, even though if they only play goalie. I mean, you can always be good at the game no matter what, but slapped out by Goalie Goran, I call him Goalie Goran because that is what people like to call him, and it's a good name. I mean, I enjoy it because it's GG, so Witt here to pick it up, backing it out to QL Young. QL, walk it up here, not going to be but sending it high to Speedy, sending a dunk over to Voodoo, and Voodoo back within 1. It's Illuma.
Yeah, just like last game, within 1. I think right around the same exact time. I'm not sure if I'm watching a replay right now, guys. I'm not too sure. I'm just kidding. That being said, getting back into it, similar rounds though. I'm very interested to see what happens. That being said, going over to Goran Jr., trying to send that one out as QL Young picks that one up, and going back to Witt as he does slow down there on Double Diamond and sends it over to QL Young once again. Now sending it over to Voodoo. Voodoo now going down to the bottom where nobody is to receive that except for Fire Ninja on the opposing team, and now sent all the way back down into the bubble. An open shot, an open goal, and there it is, barely going into the pocket. I'm not sure if that was a full pocket, but still, nonetheless, high voltage up by 3.
So something that I would say if I was playing in this, I would say, hey, this is the same thing that we saw last round, and we got to try to counter it in some kind of way possible, like we've been seeing how they play. I mean, it's the 3rd round. Almost all these games have been going to 3rd rounds, and the Speedy V, I'm trying to make this win into the 3rd round, but Fire Ninja are going to duck Speedy. And Fire Ninja going to walk it up here, send it across over to Goran. Goran has the open lane, and he takes it. Great shot there from Goran, but this time it's a 3 and not a 2, and that even gives him a more convincing lead, back up by 6-7 minutes left to go.
Yeah, extending the advantage, extending the lead. This is where the sort of mindset of, okay, I'm winning, I can sort of relax, but in the game of Echo Arena, everything can change just with a snap of your fingers, and just like that, it's turned over once again back to Lulz, and Lulz now sending it over to Fire Ninja with an open 3, but it's just gonna miss. And like I said, taking those 3s are limiting your opportunities to extend your advantage. I mean, 3s like that are very risky, and as you can see, he missed it. So this is another opportunity here as it does get turned over to the other side as Voodoo gets their hands on that one. That being said, it is going to go back into the hands to Isolate and clear it all the way out to the right side where Fire Ninja is.
High voltage is going to clear it all the way through. Going to be slapped out by Speedy. Going to be picked up by Witt. Witt's going to send it over to Voodoo. Voodoo not looking at an open lane currently. He's going to let his teammates get open, actually. Going to hold it here. Going to send it over to Speedy. Speedy not going to be able to connect on it, though. It's going to be in the bubble, picked up by Isolate. Isolate's going to look for the clear. It's all the way through, actually. but picked up by Wit. Wit's gonna lose it just a little bit, tapped out, but Fire Ninja open lane just a little bit low, and unfortunately gonna be recovered by Speedy V, and he's gonna juke around, send it over to Voodoo, the inverted guy, and he's gonna just keep on looking for it, and he's gonna take a shot. It's gonna be low and picked up by Isolate and sent through, but intercepted by QL, and QL is gonna look for this offense, send it over to Wit. Wit's looking for a cut, a pass over to Voodoo. Voodoo gonna walk it in, take it to the shot, but just a little bit wide.
Yeah, now going back into the hands of Young. Young is going to take that to the ceiling as he does send it over to Speedy V. Stalling their time there, now on Cloud, just maneuvering away and trying to find that shot. Just going to go a little bit wide and down, but Young with another opportunity through the back. Going to miss it once again. That being said, it's going to be cleared all the way down. Another opportunity for High Voltage here to get down to the other side and get this goal in. As a stun goes through, the disc is going to be lost and get recovered by Goran Jr. Goran now looking for another pass, going to get intercepted by Wit as he does send that one all the way through the tunnel once again and getting lost. We're going to have to see who's going to get it. It's going to be a race for the disc as Voodoo picks that one up and in for the two. It goes around the back. Now within 4, Illumiduty might have a chance.
I mean, they will have a chance. We've seen them do some amazing things in the past few games in Season 3, Season 2, Season 1, and preseason. But 8-4, 4 minutes and 20 seconds left remaining. 23 seconds left remaining. And it'll be picked up here by Isolate. Isolate down to Lulz. Lulz gonna look for this. Just gonna slope down here. Just gonna bait out Voodoo and try to pick his man out. And he's gonna be sent through. Picked up by Wit. A turnover. Sent through again, and just a clear and boost situation, and picked up by Isolate, trying to send through just in the mid zone still, and it's gonna be slapped of try to slap out, but it's gonna be recovered by many people, but Isolate gonna be able to isolate that clear, and it's gonna be in the bubble, and maybe a slap, maybe just no chain. It's just a one-man race. QL Young's there. He's gonna clear it through the tunnel, but no, not there yet. Just Low's barely gonna get it, and Goran's gonna send that ceiling shot, and it might be on, but just bouncing a little bit too high.
Yeah, and now getting sent back through is going to be a stumble for the disc there, as it does go over to Voodoo. Voodoo now with all of Illumiduty players on their side. Going to miss that opportunity, though, as it slips through their fingers just a little bit, and now going to be sent all the way over to Lulz. Lulz now sending it through, and just going to be fumbled just a little bit, and it's going to be recovered by Lulz again, a kind of self-pass, if you will. That being said, it's going to be recovered by Illumiduty and sent out by Speedy V, and going towards the goal, trying to find another stack here as they do try to have that late push, which is not going to affect them much, but Wit going to recover that one once again. Now inside the bubble, very intense here as it gets very close to another goal. Speedy V trying to find a shot or a pass, and around the back, Wit goes, and Wit, that goal, they are pushing themselves within 2.
Within 2 minutes and 30 seconds left remaining, and 8-6, and it's almost tied. Just a 2-pointer is all that Illumiduty needs just to get it tied here in this 3rd round, but it will be a dribble here, sent up to the Cloud, picked up and sent through by Goran. It might be recovered, but no, just bouncing a little bit, and a stun there from High Voltage, picked up by Goran. Goran looking to walk it in, send a pass, and a good goalie stun from Goran Jr. and a shot there from Fire Ninja. They're back within 4.
Yeah, no goal goes unanswered, or no lead or a step up goes unanswered by High Voltage, as we can see here. Like you said, within 4, extending that lead just a little bit. Now with 1:50 left in the match, we're going to have to see what happens, as it looks like Illumiduty is going to be having a little bit of lost possession there with that disc. Voodoo, I think, just taking their time there in the tunnel, evaluating their options, as he does send it over to Speedy V. Speedy V now over to Wit. Wit now looking for another pass at QL, and QL to the front, but no, saved by Isolate, as he does send that one back out.
Tapped out by High Voltage, 1:30 left remaining, picked up by Wit. Wit's gonna try to send it through, just out of the bubble here. It's still loose, picked up by Fire Ninja. Fire Ninja sending it over to Goran. Goran back down to Fire Ninja. Fire Ninja low the goal to Lulz, but unfortunately Lulz won't be able to connect, and picked up by Goran. Goran trying to send a shot, but sent through by QL Young. 1 minute left remaining. It's all the way through in the high voltage zone. Picked up by Lowe's. Lowe's going to clear it high. This could be the ice, but no, intercepted by QL Young. Sent through again. Intercepted by Goran. Goran's going to clear it all the way through. It's in the bubble of Illumaduty. Quick chain from Illumaduty. Sent through by Illumaduty. And it'll be in the zone of high voltage, almost in the bubble, and now in the bubble.
Now getting stunned out, getting very, very close here as it does go through the back. And now we have a game, folks. Within 2, this could go into round 3 overtime right here on VRML 3. This is very, very close. We need to find a really good stack from Illumaduty to find this tie here. With about 15 seconds left in the match, we're going to have to see what happens as both teams launch out, getting very intense here as Isolate sends it over to the left side. Almost getting stunned, though. Goran Jr. is going to send that one through. Still have time for opportunity as it's going to go through. Barely. Wit getting their hands on that one just a little bit, but no, getting stunned out. The game is going to go to high voltage, and they are going to go 2-2 with Illumaduty sinking in their losses here. 0-4.
I mean, great games all around. I mean, high voltage really putting up a fight for Illumaduty's money. I mean, they've been doing amazing. Like, amazing. High voltage, they're really showing themselves off right now, but the stats here, Lowell's not having any points in the 3 rounds. That's kind of unfortunate, but Fire Ninja really making up for it with 14 points and a great spread from Illumaduty, 10, 13, 2, and 6, and Fire Ninja 14, 7, 9, and 0. But I mean, saves are really good, especially if you aren't really an independent team. You're going to really have to depend on some saves, but high voltage will be taking that in 3, and yeah, it's been an amazing match and amazing games that we've had tonight.
Yeah, Fire Ninja definitely a key player here, but on the side of Illumaduty, it definitely good scores all around. That being said, thank you guys so much for tuning in here. High voltage with that 2-2, Illumaduty still 0-4, unfortunately. Yeah, once again, thank you guys so much. I'd like to shout out our sponsors real quick. If I can pull it up, I'm not quite sure if I can find it. That's all right. We'll talk about it next time. That being said, thank you guys so much for joining us here on VRML 3. We're going to be coming in here with another game quite quickly here. It is going to be a Hive Mind versus Illumaduty, so you will see Illumaduty try to gain that redemption once again. Solar P, any last words?
Well, I want to tell the viewers to not go too far because we'll be back with another great matchup, and well, I always have to hope for a great matchup. So we'll be right back, and I've been Solar P, and on the cams has been JG, and on the co-cast, or main cast, co-cast, whatever it is, he's been on the cast with me, Adam Fly, and we've been the casters, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Good afternoon, Jacks and Jills. I am Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3 Minute Meta. In this third installment, we are going to cover defensive gel schemes. So I'm going to throw a whole bunch of numbers at you, and then we're going to break them down. 2-1-1, 1-2-1, 1-1-2, 2-2, and 1-1-1-1, though we're just going to call this man from here on. These are your basic defensive gel schemes. With the exception of man coverage, the 3 numbers correspond to 3 assignments in the following order: forecheck, midfield, and backfield. The numbers represent how many players you're committing to each of these assignments, and pairs typically represent chain pairs. So we'll start with the most common, and so likely the one most familiar to you, the 2-1-1. This scheme is typically run by sending a chain in the direction of the opposing team's quarterback, sending one player up to mid, typically to cover a pass option, and leaving a player back to guard against long shots, deep passes, and clears. It's the most common style of defensive coverage because it also tends to be the safest to run. Any players you send deep are in a pair and so can boost back on defense. There's a goalie protecting the bubble and goal, and the midfield player is not too far out to generally get caught behind the play if the offense progresses through mid. Conversely, a 1-2-1 scheme, while used a fair bit at the competitive level, is also a generally vulnerable scheme. This scheme sends a single player in the direction of the quarterback while setting a chain up to attack the first or second pass. The aggressive nature of the play does lead to some moderate success in forcing a quick turnover, but if the play does not succeed, there's a fair chance that the forechecking player will be caught well behind the play, and thus the offense may be able to push a 4v3 all the way to the goal. This is not to say that the 1-2-1 should not be used, only that you should be aware of the dangers when deploying this scheme. The 2-2 scheme is one that utilizes two defensive chains, generally one to attack the quarterback and one to attack the first pass, or some other combination of similar assignments. It's an incredibly flexible strategy given the mobility of having all players on the field in boosting pairs, but it can also be vulnerable to tube shots and long bounce shots if the chains are not quick enough to track down those shots. The 1-1-2 scheme you might consider as more of an alternative to the 2-2 scheme, where instead of sending a pair at the QB, that pair splits with one going to QB and one covering a pass option. This makes the first pass more predictable for the back chain, and so they can set up in a more favorable position to attack. And finally, man coverage is probably one of the most aggressive formations a defense can utilize. This scheme sends each player to cover each of the opposing team's players one-on-one. The idea is to take out all available options while also applying a pressure to the quarterback in order to force a bad pass or otherwise any manner of turnover. So long as you're aware of the position of your teammates and can quickly get back together to change your bubble in the event that the coverage breaks down, man coverage should only be moderately more vulnerable than a 2-2 or 1-1-2. So now I'm curious, what sorts of defensive schemes have you seen deployed? Which ones do you consider the most effective? Do you think I missed something or got something wrong? Or do you have any ideas for other 3-minute metas? Please leave them all in the comments below this video. I will be reading through all of them, so feedback is greatly appreciated. But that's it for this installment of 3-minute meta. In the next, we are going to cover initial attack vectors. I've been Monsieur Demouy. Please like, share, and subscribe, and have a wonderful day. Good afternoon, Jacks and Jills. I'm Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3-Minute Meta. Let's talk about bubble offense. So you just got your team through mid, and you're now set to attack the bubble. There are two primary formations when attacking the bubble, deep and shallow. In a deep formation, you will typically have your backliner around double diamond or otherwise in the backfield. Two of your forwards will generally be split on either side of the trench, and you'll tend to have a striker somewhere in the bubble putting threat on the goal. The shallow formation is basically just a compressed version of the deep formation, putting the backline on or around bow tie, and with all three forwards either pressing the bubble or putting threat on the goal. The primary purpose of both formations is for the backliner to first draw out a defender, and for your team to press a numbers advantage. The ideal situation would see the backliner disabling this defender and rejoining the play. But even if the backliner gets tangled up, the numbers situation is still better for the offense. When considering the numbers when attacking the bubble, it is fair to consider the goalie as half a body. So even in what otherwise appears to be a 3v3 situation, it is functionally more like a 3v2.5 due to the fact that the goalie is committed to staying in goal but can still dive after cross passes and for 1v1s. So when we're talking about pressing this numbers advantage, it doesn't necessarily mean that the backliner is rejoining the play. So long as the backliner pulls that defender out, the three forwards can press a numbers advantage. Following this logic, however, means that going in 4v4 also presents a numbers advantage, but with so many bodies in the bubble, the spatial advantage will generally go to the defense. With too many bodies in such a small area, too many lanes are intersecting, and multiple lanes can be more easily covered by a single person. So pulling that defender out is typically the most efficient way to attack the bubble, for even if your backliner fails at getting back into the play, you are still in a more ideal situation. By attacking with a numbers advantage, you ensure that at least one of your players is mostly free of defensive coverage for the duration of the attack. This means that there's always an open lane to be exploited, and it's just a matter of executing on these open lanes until a viable shot lane or cut option presents itself. If for some reason you are unable to find that lane, consider a reset, as that fourth defender at that point is likely rejoining the play, and the more you try to force it forward, the more likely you are to make a mistake. It is also important to note my heavy use of words like tend to and typically in regards to these formations. The only real guidelines I would offer as far as your exact positioning is to stay spread out, always have threat on the goal, and be mindful of your backline. If at any point in time, from when you gain possession of the disc to when you are attacking the bubble, if you manage to get a defender stuck behind your backline, you have the advantage and you should press and maintain this advantage all the way to the goal, every single time. So next week, we are going to cover bubble defense. I know some of you have been patiently waiting for that one, and I love you for it. I can't wait to get it out to you. I also encourage anyone who has questions or comments to leave them below. I respond frequently and will sometimes pin contributions or rebuttals to the topics I cover. So really, let me know what you think. But I've been Monsieur Demouy. Please like, share, and subscribe, and have a wonderful day.
VRware. Our passion is for the future.
Good afternoon, Jacks and Jills. I'm Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3 Minute Meta. In this installment, we are going to cover resets. In the next couple videos, we will be going over neutral zone offense, but before we can do that, we need to touch on resets. A common synonym for reset is a back pass, but these are in fact two distinct things. A back pass is nothing more than the act of sending a pass to a teammate in the direction of your own goal. A reset, on the other hand, is a specific type of back pass with a specific purpose. When you send a reset to your backliner, you are in effect resetting the play. You are restarting your attack effort. When we talked about zones, we also talked about the two stages of attack in Echo Arena, and that these two stages are at mid and bubble. So when you are resetting the play, you are allowing your team to properly set up for an attack on either the mid or the bubble. In either situation, this setup is taking place in a neutral zone, and that back pass, that reset, is being sent to a player in the backfield of that given neutral zone. So when is it appropriate to reset the play? This is actually fairly simple to define. A reset will generally only occur in the following situations. 1. You've just broken through mid and are intending to set up to attack the bubble. 2. You just forced a turnover in your own zone. Or 3. Your first attempt to attack a zone failed and you have maintained or regained possession of the disc. This isn't to say that you should always reset in these situations. Rather, there just really aren't any other situations that will call for a reset. It's an obvious point to be sure, but only because in making it we ignore the nuance of exactly when a reset is most appropriate. Another important factor to consider when calling for a reset is your numbers situation. How many players do they have between the disc and the attack zone, and how many players do you have for a coordinated attack? If your number is smaller, you likely want to reset the play in order to obtain a better number situation. One of the most difficult bad habits to break in Echo Arena is the inclination to always be moving forward, which also makes resets one of the most difficult good habits for a team to develop. The core of the breakdown lies in a lack of strategic consideration. If you're in a situation that would otherwise call for a reset, you are likely in a situation where the defense has an advantage. If you continue to drive forward despite being at a disadvantage, you increase the chances that the defense will stop the drive and force a turnover. This is a poor strategic decision, even if it sometimes still earns you a goal. You have to train yourself both as a team and as an individual to recognize your strategic situation at any given time. Being able to break down the arena into simple terms, in this case numbers, makes it easier to keep an eye on the overall strategic situation. So long as you're aware of your number situation, you should typically be able to determine when it is appropriate to reset the play. So in the next two videos, we'll be going over neutral zone offense, which I break down into two sections: turnover offense and bubble offense. Following those videos will be my bubble defense episodes, so to those of you that have been requesting it, this is your roadmap to when I intend to deliver on that. But as always, I thank you very much for watching. I've been Monsieur Demouy. Please like, share, and subscribe, and have a wonderful day. Good afternoon, Jacks and Jills. I'm Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3 Minute Meta. Bubble defense is going to be the final topic I cover in what I am calling the core of this series. This is not the end of 3-Minute Meta, but it is the end of this more structured and general section. Each new video in the series will be covering a specific aspect of strategy, going into a short deep dive or breakdown of why strategy did or did not work in a given scenario, or covering other topics that this first section did not, such as launch configurations or more specific plays in a given scheme. But with that out of the way, let's talk about bubble defense. The concepts behind bubble defense are fairly simple and straightforward. If the offense breaks through mid, drop back and defend the bubble. Once you're in the bubble, coordinate your coverage. Cover lanes at the edge and cover bodies in the bubble. And most importantly, never leave the goal uncovered. Of course, in simplifying to such a degree, we're ignoring a lot of nuance and more specific strategies. But much like everything else in Echo Arena, the specifics can be innumerable, and the meta, particularly in regards to defense, is still actively evolving. When set up in the bubble, it is common to see the offense hold the disc deep in the neutral zone. Their intent is to draw out your defense. In general, if you have the lead, you can let them sit there and burn the clock down. However, if you are behind, all that time lost is time that you could use to regain the lead. If you decide to challenge the disc carrier, there are two general options, single or chain. The trade-offs here should be apparent. A single player is more vulnerable and will generally take longer to get back to the bubble, but if they get stuck out, you are down only that one player. A chain, on the other hand, may be more effective.
VRware. Our passion is for the future.
Everest was newly formed in Season 3. How did this team come together?
I started start from scratch again, I suppose. Kind of my thing after each season to have to start from scratch. I guess it's a fun experience every time to try to sort of grab as good of a team as you can get at that point in time. But I think it was start out with me and Elmo. I guess that's how most teams are formed. It's like two people, and then you sort of start to branch out and see what can you get to complement your team. We got Elmo, which is it's a Rift player from I think a year back or something. I think he started back in preseason, I think. I might be wrong, but yeah, he's relatively experienced and played in like the whole VRML thing. And then Conrad, who is he's the only player actually playing on the Quest, but he's a Quest player from start. And then we started out with Wheeladdy, who was also a Quest player, but figured the sort of discrepancy, the age difference was a bit too much there, so we decided to switch him out for Steffo, who also had been playing with Elmo. But yeah, so that's another thing that I've noticed, that it's the same thing with my previous team, the Alpha Ducks. It's easy to get, like, if you can get a pair of players that already familiar with each other, especially if they are doing a stack, if they're like front strikers or something, then it's a lot faster to make them sort of work in a team if they already have a good regrab understanding with each other. So we've had this lineup since like right before the first Challenge Cup or something, so like 6 weeks or something.
What preparation did you do as a team and personally for this Challenger Cup?
I think it's the same thing as we did for the last Challenger Cup, which is I try to find matches, like the most recent matches of the teams we're playing, and I try to look at the playstyle, and most notably I look at the rollouts, because I mean we're kind of known for that, and it's kind of how we're always been doing things. It's like we're kind of obsessed with the rollouts and trying to sort of find a weakness in the rollout, or try to choose sort of, I mean, we have our set of rollouts that we do, but sometimes I look at whatever they are doing, and then maybe let's say, okay, let's focus on these rollouts against this team because they are sort of man marking a lot, or they're doing this and that, right? So yeah, I go through the videos. I can find the matches that are most recent and try to see how they are running their rollouts and try to sort of do a small write-up for the team where I say, okay, this is like if they focus on stacking, for example, then I'm gonna go and do a little bit more brawling, and if they're passing more, then I tell my teammates to try to man mark them a little better and stuff like that. So yeah, that's about it.
Before the Cup started, who were you most concerned about as an opponent, and did any team or player surprise you?
I would say we were probably most concerned about Clockwork, because they were a new formed team, but we know all the players are good, like they're strong players individually. So, and still in this game, you can basically if you take good players and throw them into a team, then that's going to be a pretty strong team, like right off the bat. That's sort of the team that we were most concerned about, definitely. And I would say also we were a bit worried about Exploited because they replaced Galti with Sir Dominic, which was in my team last season and was still, like, to my knowledge, in my opinion, one of the most underrated players in Europe still, especially like solo stuff, like just sort of the ability to come into a situation and come out winning, even though you were in a really sticky spot. So yeah, it was definitely concerned about that for sure. Other than that, I think that the teams we played the other teams quite a lot, so we kind of knew what they were capable of. So yeah.
Your team went undefeated throughout this Challenger Cup. Was there ever a point you thought that your team might lose?
Actually in the very first game, because coming into the Challenger Cup, I think we expected to win against one team, and we were sort of thinking we would probably also win 2 matches. But then I think winning 3 matches, I think we were like, okay, that's probably the best possible outcome. That's going to be, winning 3 matches. So that's that would be a win, basically, I think. Because I also thought that it was going to be very even. So I thought even losing 2 matches would still maybe give us a chance to advance. But yeah, and we still, even the first match we had to struggle a little bit. It wasn't easy by any means. So I think right then and there, I was still okay, yeah, this is gonna turn out as I thought. We might win this one, but we probably won't win more than two matches, max 3.
You've already played your first match in the Master Tier. How are you feeling about your second matchup in the Master Tier this weekend?
I'm feeling good about it. I think we have a good chance of winning that one, I would say. It's hard to tell. Quackheads is one of those teams that's the most amount of players that have sort of stuck together for a long time. It's been years. So they're definitely, they are very, very well gelled together as a team. So yeah, and they're also very strong on the brawling, and have a very, very good goalkeeper. So have to watch out for that.
Clockwork was newly formed in Cycle 2. How did this team come together?
Both me, Ares, and Okina were freeloaders. We didn't really belong anywhere. Especially me. For those who don't know, some people may know, but I played a lot in North America, even though I'm Europe. So basically what started happening was we started playing a lot of mixed scrims, or in North America that would be privates. and we just had fun together, right? So what we do is we created this team and we started playing as this team against other teams, even though we didn't.
Good afternoon, Jackson Jills. I am Monsieur Demouy, and this is 3 Minute Meta. In this third installment, we are going to cover defensive joust schemes. So I'm going to throw a whole bunch of numbers at you, and then we're going to break them down. 2-1-1, 1-2-1, 1-1-2, 2-2, and 1-1-1-1, though we're just going to call this man from here on. These are your basic defensive joust schemes. With the exception of man coverage, the three numbers correspond to three assignments in the following order: forecheck, midfield, and backfield. The numbers represent how many players you're committing to each of these assignments, and pairs typically represent chain pairs. So we'll start with the most common, and so likely the one most familiar to you, the 2-1-1. This scheme is typically run by sending a chain.
Hello guys, I am Adam Fly, joining you here today on VRML 3. We are going to be casting the last match of the Challenger Cup series. This is going to be Illuma Duty versus Hive Mind, a very good matchup today. I'm here joined by Solar P, my co-caster, and JG on the cam. Solar P, how you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. The matchups that we've been casting, I mean, it's been amazing. Illuma Duty, they will be, I'm pretty sure, they'll be out of Master, very unfortunately, but, Hive Mind, they could potentially be making the Master Division, which would be honestly amazing. I mean, I've seen some great things from both of those teams, and great players from, I mean, both of these teams have a lot of great players, and, yeah, we got Illuma Duty on orange, and, Hive Mind on blue, and pink should be going out soon. So, yep, that's going out now. So, finals. This is all for, the Challenger Cup. That's what it's all for, the finals. May 15th, May 16th, and some amazing matches. Always amazing matches whenever it's only Master Division. Even if it's High Diamond, I mean, still, we could definitely be seeing some great matchups and great Season 4. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. As we are getting these teams ready to go, we can definitely see that they are warming up right now inside of the arena right now. But here we go. We are going to get this game started. Round 1 with the neutral joust in the middle here. Let's see who's going to win it with the last seconds counting down. Both teams getting ready in their tunnels, ready to boost out and go for that disc. Here we go. Who's going to get the first possession? It is going to be Hive Mind with that first headbutt. It's going to be their possession on their side as that shot goes in a little bit wide. No matter what it is, nonetheless, it's still going to go out. And they, Supreme still gets their hands on it. As it does go in, Kyo Young gets her hands on it once again. A fumble for the disc. Captain Will trying to get on it once again and looking for that shot. It's going to go in for the 2, and Hive Mind is up by 2.
Up by 2, like you said. 30 seconds in. Hive Mind taking the lead for 2, and it will be Illuma Duty here with the chance advantage, and we gotta see what they can do if they can get some points on the board. I mean, we're only 9 minutes left to go, so I mean, we could still definitely see some good things. But Wet's gonna behind the back juke one of the Hive Mind players, and it's gonna be sent through, maybe a pass, but chain there from Illuma Duty, but picked up by Kaznaz, but intercepted there by Wit. Wit's gonna look for the pass option, but intercepted by Captain Will, and Captain Will being the captain of that clear all the way through. It's the middle of the center. It's gonna be picked up by Callan. Callan taking that shot just a little bit low, but Kaznaz gonna sink it into the goal. They're back up by 4 in this first round.
Yeah, pulling away with this lead right now, getting that ball rolling, getting that momentum going. I think Hive Mind might be able to take this one away. They are at the top of the roster right now for the Challenger Cup. Unfortunately, Illuma Duty is still at the bottom with 4 losses. Nonetheless, this still should be a good game. Two really high-level players, as you can see here. Some great defense, great offense by both teams already. That being said, Kaznaz with the disc going to send it over to Captain Will in that tunnel. He's going to be looking for another pass up to the top of the ceiling where Supreme is going to have that disc, looking for a cut pass onto the backboard, but quickly getting stunned out, and Wit stealing that disc, and Wit that clear. It is going to get lost back into the hands of Illumiduty and back into Hivemind with an open 3 for the shot. Gonna barely hit that ding ring, and it's gonna bounce out over to Kaznaz's hands. Another opportunity for Captain Will to the backboard, but no, Wit's gonna say no to that one as he tries to slap it out with another 3 going in. Very, very close. A bunch of dings as we're hearing here. That being said, getting close to the bubble once again with the shot going in. Supreme's gonna hit that 2-pointer. Now up by 6. Hivemind is going to be pulling away with this lead.
7 minutes and 30 seconds left remaining. I mean, we could definitely still see a comeback here from Illumiduty as we have been for the for the past few games that they've been playing. But I mean, Illumiduty can definitely do some amazing things. But what's gonna handle? Send it over to Risen over to QL. I actually noticed all the way through. Maybe a bounce pass, but no receive. Captain Will gonna send it over to Callan. Callan might be looking for this clear, but no, a back pass over to Kaznaz. Kaznaz gonna walk it up here, gonna duck one, gonna send it to Callan. Callan gonna get stunned out, try to stun one to Dusty, but back passing it is QL Young over to Wit. Wit's just gonna slow it up here, gonna send it over to QL Young. QL Young gonna send it across over to Voodoo. Gonna send it over to Risen, but Risen won't be able to connect on it. Captain Will's gonna get that regrab off of the enemy player, but QL Young's gonna send it over to Wit. Wit looking for another pass over to QL Young. QL Young back to Wit. It's another 2-man game here, as we saw in the past game. And Risen here walking into the bubble, bounce shot, but unfortunately just gonna ding off the post. And Voodoo's gonna recover it here and look for this offense.
Yeah, now going through the back is just going to barely ding there. Once again, hearing so many dings in this round. A bunch of missed opportunities. As you can hear those dings, you just have to think of a single time where that opportunity is missed. That being said, Voodoo with the disc, once again, looking for the 3, going very, very close. So as Kaznaz goes to pick that one up and sends it all the way back into the mid-side zone, where it is going to be lost a little bit. A race for the disc as Kaznaz picks that one up again, looking for a bottom shot. Not going to hit it, though, but Captain Will trying to get that and misses it. Going to the backboard, and Callan's going to slam it in through the back. Now up by 8. Hivemind is going to be pulling away with this lead once again.
Up by 8-5. We're about to approach the halfway mark, and Hivemind looking at a pretty convincing lead right here, but I mean, a comeback is definitely possible. So, I mean, yeah, we could still be seeing a 3rd round, even just a 2-rounder from Hivemind, but it'll be sent across. But no, the receive from Callan and slapped back to Supreme. Supreme gonna get a boost off and trying to boost a shot, but just dinging off the post, and then we picked up and slapped back to Kaznaz. Kaznaz over to Callan. Callan taking the Callan shot, but saved from Wit, and Wit's gonna send it over and out, but picked up by Callan, taking that shot and dinging again. It'll be almost out, and yeah, it's a self-clear here, and it's gonna be a race now. It might be Captain Will, it might be Illumiduty, and Illumiduty Voodoo with a shot. It's just a little bit low and wide, and it'll be loose here and picked up by Kaznaz, and Kaznaz will clear it all the way through.
Yeah, definitely. That shot, they could have taken a little bit of time with it, but no time for Callan as he shoves that one right in for the 3. But yeah, like I was saying, rushed that shot a little bit. They could have aimed it a little bit better and made it in, and got the ball rolling for Illumiduty, but unfortunately not, as Hivemind is still pulling away with an 11-0 lead, with just over halfway of the game being done here. 4 minutes and 18 seconds left in this round. That being said, Captain Will is going to pressure Risen, and Risen going to lose that one as it is sent in one more time, but another ding, another lost shot. That being said, QL Young trying to send that one out, but Kaznaz saying no to that one quite quickly, and now sending it trying to make that pass. Not going to happen, as it is going to be fumbled around just a little bit down there in that left side trap area.
Picked up by Captain Will, gonna send it up to the nest, but no one's gonna connect on it. It's gonna be picked up here by Risen. Risen looking for a back pass, but that back pass was being heavily pressured by Supreme, and that's a turnover, but that's a save there from Wit and sent through, but no, picked up and intercepted by Kaznaz. Kaznaz over to Callan. Callan, a soft, very, very soft 12-meter backboard shot. They're back up by 13. Hivemind taking the very, very convincing lead.
Yeah, I would say, Callan, if you're watching this, put that on your highlight reel, buddy. That was actually kind of really epic. Yeah. That being said, going back into it, a 13-point lead, like you said, pulling away with it just a little bit here. And we're going to have to see what Illumiduty is going to try to do here. And obviously, seeing them now, as soon as I say that, they're definitely taking their time now with the disc. But I think the one thing that's holding them down right now is just a bunch of misconnections, and that's what's really not letting them get an advantage on the goal. But here with a push, it is gonna barely go close to the goal, but get slapped out and has another opportunity up here. But yeah, like I was saying, a bunch of missed opportunities is gonna keep on dragging them down. That being said, Wit with the disc now on the right side, looking for a pass over and up to Kaznaz, and in for the 2 it goes. They are going to be down by 11 still, but that's still closing the gap. They still have opportunity here to tie it up.
Yeah, off the head of Kaznaz. Very, very unfortunate. And as a goalie, I mean, you really feel for Kaznaz there, as it does hit off the head and it results in a self goal. But none of the enemy team does get the point off of it, and that's kind of the best part about it, especially if it's just pubs. But this isn't a pub. This is just fairly a really good game, and I mean, it's the Challenger Cup. You get this high stakes for this. But Voodoo doing a dusty on one. He's gonna walk it up here, send it over to QL over to Risen, and Risen up to the top of the goal, and he'll sink it in for the 2 points. They're down by 9.
Yeah, 3 goals need to be made to tie this game right now. 3 3-pointers. That being said, I'm not sure if they can do this. It is cutting close towards time. That means they do have 38, or at the 38-second mark, they won't be able to score anymore, or at least tie it up, unless they do have it tied already. But looking at this play, it might go in, but another salvage by Supreme. Supreme is going to try to get that, as it does get sent back to Kaznaz, and through the front, it is going to be Callan with the slam dunk. What a play! I saw that on the stream. It looked very, very cool. That being said, I'm not too sure if they can pull away with it here. They need a minimum of 4 goals here, which is going to be cutting close towards 42 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty convincing lead, and that was a great slam dunk there from Callan, assisted by Kaznaz. But Sapram here looking for a dribble with Captain Will, to maybe just a boost off and sending it wisely back over to Kaznaz. Kaznaz back over to Will. Will down to Callan, but unfortunately, it's going to bounce a little bit wide off that trench. And, and we picked up and almost through, and Will is going to be able to send it up to the nest. Callan won't be able to receive it, though. It'll be bouncing around in the bubble. Sapram here with this. Going to get stolen from Risen, and Risen's going to clear it all the way through and at least try to get a few more points on the board. And quick conversion, no, but just a slap from Hivemind, and it'll be in the hands of Will. Will just going to juke around here, and he's going to clear it through. It's in the Illumiduty zone, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the numbers, but trying to put some more numbers on the board is Hivemind. 4-17. Hivemind takes the lead by 13.
Yeah, pulling through. An amazing game by Hivemind, as we can see here. They're definitely in the lead. This is definitely showing how they are taking this lead. That being said, very well played game. I mean, still very, very good quality game between both teams. Let's just take a look at these stats real quick. As we can see, Callan, a definite key player for Hivemind here. Stuns going across the board, possession time across the board as well. And yeah, just overall great play by Hivemind. And I think generally Illumiduty just has a lot of misconnections in their passes, their clears, and their communication. So I think that's really what's holding them down. But you know, just like last game, they could be pulling through in round 2 and get something going for them.
I mean, the third round we've been seeing with the Illumiduty team, America's team. I mean, yeah, we got some rooters for Hivemind in the chat. The Prime. I mean, Hivemind seems that could be the favored one, but I mean, an upset is definitely possible. So, we could definitely be seeing some amazing things from both of these teams. So, we will get the neutral joust here all the times going down, and we'll see who can win this neutral joust. And, well, Adam, take it away.
at 10 minutes, a restart of the, or sorry, not restart, a new round, round 2. Here we go, neutral joust, both teams coming out. It is going to be Hivemind with that first headbutt possession, but it looks like it, oh, it is going to be them again with the disc, and going to have a little bit of a fumble there on that right side wall, as it is going to get fumbled once again and slapped out by a Illuma Duty member, and they are going to have that possession of the disc. An open goal for the 3. Will they hit it? No, it's going to ding, and it's going to go back into the hands of Captain Will, where he's going to send it out all the way to the other side and get lost down there, as it is going to be picked up as Risen. Risen getting stunned out now. Supreme with the disc, looking for a pass, and in through the front. Callan shoots and scores, taking this game by 2, and now putting the first 2 points on the board.
Yeah, putting the first 2 points on the board. 9 minutes left remaining. I mean, we're only 1 minute in. The first 2 points have already arrived to the doorstep of the casters, and I mean, Illuma Duty as well, and it'll be Wit to pick it up here. Send it over to Kyo Young, but off the head of Hivemind, and it'll be bouncing around here, picked up by Suprum. Suprum's gonna backwards clear, picked up by Wit, intercepted, and another interception, and a shot flying through, but unfortunately no make, but Wit's trying to look for a make, but just barely losing it, and he's gonna slow it down here. They're only down by 2, 8 minutes left remaining, and he's gonna softly send it over to Voodoo. Voodoo down to Risen. Risen looking at the open net, bottom pocket, 2-2. It's in the hands of, well, neither team. It's tied now.
Amazing play. Yeah, tied now. 2-2 with 8 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game. Still no prediction on outcome. I think Hivemind still might be able to take it, but nonetheless, still really well played by both teams. I'm not quite too sure who's going to take it away this round. That being said, Voodoo with the disc now in that left side tunnel looking for a pass, and it's going to go down to Wit. Wit now over to QL Young off the backboard and in. They're going to take this lead for the very first time in this game, and here we go. This is where they get their ball rolling. This is where they get their momentum starting to change, and this is where we see a round 3 start to come in.
Yeah, I mean, Illuma Duty really taking that lead now. They're only up by 2. 7 minutes and 40 seconds left remaining. We could definitely be seeing something happen with Hivemind, but it will be Captain Will to pick it up here. Send it over to that left wall. Kazan's going to be able to receive it. He's going to walk it up now. Send it high up to Supram. Supram won't be able to connect on it, though. It'll be loose here. Picked up by Supram again off that rebound. And he's going to send it wisely over to Kazan. Kazan's over to Callan. Callan with the flick, but saved by Wit, and with that save, it'll be here and there and up to the nest and down off the backboard, and a shot. Maybe that was a pass, but it was going in as a good communication. They're back up by 1.
Yeah, now back up back up by 1, just like you said. I would like to point out Saluna2 is in the chat, a very good sharpshooter, known in the VRML community. We're glad to see you in this chat. That being said, Wit now with the disc looking to send it over to Risen. Risen now looking to send it up to the top, where it's going to be loose, and it's going to be a race for the disc as QL Young and Callan look for it, and Young going to take away that 50-50, but quickly getting stunned out by Captain Will. He's going to get his hands on that one as he sends it all the way through towards the bottom, going up next to that boot. We're going to see who's going to take away this possession. It is going to be Captain Will now trying to push up, getting stunned though, going back down to the floor, where Risen's going to pick that one up and send it towards the top. And it's going to be another race for the disc, another race for the possession, and it's going to be slapped out and down to the other side, where Risen's going to have an open 3 but barely miss it, just by a few inches or so. And now going back over to QL Young, where he's going to send it over to Wit. Wit now looking for the passes, looking for a play here, just taking his time, looking for another pass. Quickly getting stunned out, though, as Captain Will takes that stun and takes that disc and slaps it out of there, getting it out, as that's going to be a possession for Supreme. Supreme losing his grip on the floor and going to be moving up around the back and looking for a shot, but barely dinking off the side. Unfortunate, but yet again, still fortunate for Illuma Duty. That being said, QL Young with the disc, now looking for another opportunity to throw it all the way out there. Apparently that glitch hasn't been fixed yet. We might need to have the rad team look at that. There was a glitch where if you hit the tunnel, it would bounce back. But that being said, with bringing it in and now bringing it up by 1, that is just insane. This is a very, very close game. You guys should definitely stick around.
I mean, yeah, bouncing back is Illuma Duty, and they're keeping this lead up. They're still up by 1. 5 minutes left remaining on the halfway mark. Captain Will to pick it up here, handle it. So he's gonna send it over to the left tunnel. No one's gonna be there though. It's down to Callan. Callan with the open lane, but the save there from Wit, and Wit's gonna look for that clear through. No receive though. It's all the way through. Staying there, picked up by Will, and Will's gonna backwards clear that through. It's in the bubble of Illuma Duty. They're not there yet, but that defense is back in the bubble. Callan over to Kaznaz, and Kaznaz with the bottom pocket. Kaznaz, we talk about him a lot. He's an insane player, and so is the whole team of Hivemind and Illuma Duty.
Amazing play, amazing cut pass. Those are the kind of things that makes the caster's mouth water. Mine is watering right now. I don't know about you, Solar P, but that was an amazing play. That being said, Wit grabbing that disc off that Joust advantage, and quickly getting turned over as Callan takes that shot, or that pass, sorry. And it's going to be bouncing back to Captain Will, where he's going to take that 1v1 off the backboard, but saved! And it's going to be sent right back into their hands, onto the backboard, and in Callan! It's going to shove that one in. Wow-wee. Now they're up by 3.
I mean, this quickest conversion and, like, the best of players. Like, we've seen some amazing players in the Master Division, and I feel like this team, this Hivemind team, could definitely easily break into Master, as I don't think they've lost once besides against, I think, one or two teams, and it'll be Wit here with this. Just kind of trying to bait out that chain, or QL Young trying to stun that chain out. Or just trying to bait some defenders out. Wit's going to send it over to Risen. Risen up to the ceiling to Voodoo. Voodoo going to duck another. Send a backward shot, but a save there from Suprum. And Suprum's, we talk about him a lot, and he's through. It's through into the Illuma Duty zone. And it'll be bouncing around loose here. Picked up by Captain Will, and he's going to look for this offensive pressure.
Yeah, now sticking to that right wall, he's going to value his options as he sends it back to Supreme. Supreme now with the disc looking to send it down. A miscommunication, a missed pass is going to turn over, but quickly just getting fumbled around with an open goal right around the back. Is he going to take the shot? He's going to ding it and put it in. Wow, what a play, what a shot, what a dunk. Now they're up by a lot here. I'm not sure if Illuma Duty can pull through with this with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, but we will definitely see a really good matchup for the rest of this game here.
I mean, we gotta hope for a third round. I mean, Illuma Duty is really keeping up this pressure. I mean, they've been doing the best that they've could in the past few games. I mean, they've lost almost all of them, and I mean, I bet they're trying their hardest here and trying their hardest to send a pass over to Voodoo, but fortunately not going to be able to connect. But connecting on that is QL Young over to Risen. Risen up to the backboard to Voodoo, and Voodoo. We talk about that Voodoo, and he's insane with the plays, and they're up by, or down by 4 is Illuma Duty.
Yeah, very, very close here. Getting very close to a tie here. Might see a round 2 OT, or maybe even a round 3. That would be amazing if we could see a round 3. That's a caster's dream right there, and I think it's also a viewer's dream, just to see a round 3. That being said, getting back into the cast here, it's going to be sent over to Kaznaz, where he sends it over to the roof where Supreme is, to send it down, back down to Callan, and in for the 2 it goes. Now is going to be up by, I think that is 6.
Yeah, up by yeah, that's up by 6, yeah, like you said. Or no.
Sorry, 5. Wow.
5, yeah, it's 5. Both of our math is terrible, but these players really aren't, and Wit's gonna pick it up here, send it over. Kyo Young. Kyo Young gonna try to take a shot, maybe just a pass all the way through to Voodoo. Voodoo gonna lose tracking, gonna send it across, but Risen's gonna get the rebound. It's going to be sent across the ceiling for Voodoo. Voodoo trying to send a cut pass, but, off the head, and a cut pass and a bounce shot. But unfortunately, that save is going to be there from, I believe that was Kaznaz, and it'll be sent through by Suprum. It'll be there. It'll be bouncing. It'll be loose here. Back here by Voodoo. Voodoo looking for that pass over to Wit. Wit back over to QL Young. No, Callan's going to behind the back, clear that into the bubble. Oh, and it might be on, but just bouncing a little bit. And Wit's going to back it out to QL Young.
Yeah, now going over is going to be fumbled a little bit, and looking for that shot is just going to go a little bit wide. And Supreme is going to pick that one up again, though. I think they are out of mathematical time, unfortunately, but putting some more points on the board. Hivemind is going to put that one up 15-8. And yeah, unfortunately, closing that gap for Illumiduty, going 0-5. Yeah, great job, Hivemind. Like the Prime says, good game. Very, very well played by both teams. We could definitely see that Illumiduty sort of gained their controls there in round 2. Tried to pull it through. We could see them. They took advantages multiple times. But unfortunately, it's just not going to happen for them. It would have been amazing to see them win against the number 1 player, but I think don't get me or tell me if I'm wrong, but I think Hivemind actually might have an opportunity of being in Master.
Opportunity to be in Master. They're an amazing team, and they have a whole bunch of amazing players too. But look at the stats here. It will be, well, Illumiduty, on the side of Illumiduty, 4 points to Risen, 2 to Voodoo, 2 to Whip, but 0 to QL. And on the side of Hivemind, it has been Captain Will with 2, Kazat with 9, and Callan with 15, and Sapram with 6. And yeah, it's been a great Challenger Cup. I believe that is it for us on VRML 3, but it's been great. It's been great. Playing, well, not playing, but casting. And yeah, I think right now we got some over on VRML 1 and on the VRML 2 and the official VR Master League Twitch. So go check out that. I am pretty sure it might be ending soon, or they're in the 3rd round, or something like that. But Adam Fly, what do you have to say to end it off?
Lastly, I'd just like to thank our sponsors: Pro2 VR, VR Covered, bHaptics, HyperX, Rebuff Reality, VRWare, Asterion, Fixed Gaming, and Cyber Shoes. Lastly, I'd like to thank Ignite for creating this amazing program called Spark, where you can spectate matches. It really helps out the casting crew a lot. That is it for us. Thank you guys so much for joining us on VRML 3. This is going to be the end of the Challenger Cup today. We still have a bunch of other channels, I'm pretty sure, still streaming games. So if you guys want to go over, head over to VRML 1, VRML 2, and maybe if you have an opportunity, go into venues to go watch the final game between Kraken and Aurora, I believe. I'm not sure if that's finished or not. That being said, thank you guys so much for coming out and watching this. Lastly, thank you, Aldeween, for being a moderator. Thank you, JG, for camming, and thank you, Solar P, for being on the co-cast. I've been Adam Fly, and I will see you guys later.
And we're underway. Season 3 of VR Master League Echo Arena is brought to you by HyperX, Asterion Products, Rebuff Reality, Pro2 VR, VR Cover, Fixed Gaming, and VRWare.net.